if they time it right, then the person doesn't end up even getting their drink in time, and they're just back to spawn.
Yes.
Not
this
getting
is
their
so
immediate
annoying when it happens.
respawn. Absolutely.
Tacticooler is one of the best specials in the game, but only when you drink it.
Absolutely. Otherwise, doesn't really help you that much. It just ends up being a thing that exists on the map. But yes, we are going to be getting into this second game of the set here, which is going to be Sturgeon Tower Control.
Yes, this will likely be a very different dynamics compared to the first game. It's probably one of the map mode in the game where you have the most KO rates in history. I swear it.
Yeah, it does tend to snowball quite quickly, especially once you've got to that. If you can get through the second checkpoint, like you've got your people in front of you, they're already like distracting the enemy. You're practically in their spawn. What can the enemy really do at that point? And a lot of times it just kind of rolls into that through those final few points there. It can be quite a struggle if you can't get to that second checkpoint. If you get stuck even at the first one or on the drop down, it can be quite difficult. But once you get to that point, a lot of the time you either get a knockout or you get incredibly close to one and the other team can't get anywhere near it. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see a steamroll coming out from either of these teams, or if it is very much a fight in mid, never see each other's spawns, and just I could see it being a bit of a bloodbath between these two teams.
I believe it's quite unlikely to have an all-mid fight during 5 minutes. Honestly, how many times have we seen a game on this map where it's like almost KO, but in the end you make a magical remontada? Like, if you need a definition that as long as you haven't KO'd, it's not over, here it is.
Yep, you're quite right. That is definitely something you see a lot of on Sturgeon, especially whenever you're able to get your backline up onto that snipe area, and then they have full control over a lot of the that court below them. It can be incredibly difficult as the enemy team to drop back down and get anywhere near the backline. So that can really slow down the enemy team if you're able to do that. But yeah, it'll be interesting just to see. We might still see that brush from earlier coming out from Tesco Maildale, and maybe even that range blaster as we were talking about as well.
No, the ink brush is not back in the... Oh yes, it is actually.
But we have a carbon on the side of Dart Monkeys. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, why not? I wanted to see if the dualies would be back, because the crab tank, if you can place it on the enemy top, it can be very strong.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Also important to note that Dart Monkeys has... Oh no, it wasn't Dart Monkeys. Tesco Maildale has switched out the Snipe Rider for the Inkjet ballpoint, which can be very, very aggressive, especially in that top section, if able to get to the snipe.
Aggressive is the word. Oh, and we see the Inkjet getting kills again, following the push started with the 2 kills taken from the Inkbrush, and the Inkbrush is still a pain in the arse of Dart Monkeys at the moment.
Yep, yes indeed, causing absolute chaos up in front of the tower here, and they're already through that second checkpoint. They're really showing quite an aggressive force here. Is this going to be the moment where Dart Monkeys gets back out again and is able to get control of this tower? Maybe
not. They have the Tacticooler, they have the Trizuka, they're still in the enemy spawn. Oh no, and this is so unfortunate.
Indeed it is. Does seem like, I was going to say finally they're getting a bit of control, but then the brush immediately jumps back in, causing chaos in their backline for just a little bit before they do get taken out. But this will mean
a bit of time lost.
Yes, indeed. Dart Monkeys are slowly progressing back into mid, but as I'm saying that, they've already lost one player and then another one. So that progression into mid is completely back-ended, and they do seem to be kind of on the back foot here again. They're trying to get back into that mid and through to the tower.
Trizuka and one Inkjet later, and it seems like the push has started again for Tasco Deal, but no, it was 2 players down on each side, and back to neutral again.
Yep, yes, indeed. We can see here that this Snipe Rider is just trying to find a pick or even just help cover that mid for their team. But yeah, it just does not seem like they're quite being able to find the angle that they need. As I say that, they do help get that pick there. But that was 2 down for Dart Monkeys, which yet again, not ideal when they're trying to get to that tower.
It looks like Tesco Mildews is still dominating a bit on the mid, but since they have a comfortable lead, they are not really trying to push as much as in the beginning of the game, and they are waiting for a way bigger opportunity.
Yep, yes, indeed they are. And yet again, there's the brush. Just in that back line, trying to keep up this aggressive playstyle here. Keeping Dart Monkeys on the back foot and away from the objective.
Yeah, I guess the pencil must be crying a bit of blood when he's trying to aim for Ink Brush.
Yes, that's certainly a difficult thing to do whenever you've not only got to hit them once, but you got to hit them twice. Do not envy them. That's for sure.
Maybe Dart Monkeys will have an opportunity to come back to mid. Their Carbon Roller looks in difficulty. The Trizuka, oh, he managed to get a kill on this one. And there are another player. They are trying to get the 2 versus 1 to get him.
They do end up getting that trade. Yeah, but yet again, time lost. The brush is back in, but they are able to take them down and finally get this tower moving. But only 8 points there before the Brella got taken out. But as I say that, they're still trying to keep it moving. And then keep it moving and try and do the best with what they can.
They finally got a -3 and a good opportunity to push. This is the last minute of the game, and this may be the moment Dart Monkey have been waiting for the whole time.
Yep, yes indeed. They could very well tip this in their favor. But the brush
has reached the sniper!
Oh, the Ink Brush has already reached the tower and pushed the sniper immediately back. They weren't able to get that kill on the Snipe Rider, but they were able to reset this back to neutral. Which, as you're saying, we're in the last 20 seconds now. They have one more chance here to get a push going, but this is going to be a struggle.
The Carbon is waiting for an opportunity to get the kill close to the tower. Unfortunately, it hasn't succeeded. All the specials of Tesco Mildew on the tower for the final wipeout and secure the win for this first game of the tournament.
Yes, indeed. And that will mean, since Tesco Mildew are on 2-0 to Dart Monkeys, that they will take this set 1 for themselves. But very, very good plays from both of those teams. But just Tesco Mildew were able to keep up that aggression consistently through the game. Ah, there we go. We get a nice wee replay. Like, Dart Monkeys was definitely able to come out of spawn and get into mid a couple of times, but just they weren't able to hold it.
Yes, the opening was pretty impressive from Tesco Mildew. Very aggressive play, straightforward, and lots of special used to follow the double elimination from Akira and keeping following right there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And even as we can see here, they even just stay in that a little bit longer. And just as you said throughout the game, they were able to stall out the time for Dart Monkeys. So they'd have to turn around and find that brush. They'd have to make sure that there wasn't anyone behind them. They'd have to find a different person to get on tower whenever the one on tower got picked off. It just little stalls after another. They very much add up. And especially that moment we just saw where the brush might not have got the kill on the Snipe Rider, but was able to get the Snipe Rider off the tower and back well away from it, so they couldn't get anywhere near or continue that push at all. But yeah, it was very, very strong coming out from Tesco Mildew.
Yeah. Sadly for Dart Monkeys, they haven't succeeded. They didn't manage to make a solid enough push to take the lead. But the option to stall the game after the first push was a bit risky still from Tesco Mildeal, because if they tried to push again and again, maybe they would have prevented this a bit risky push from Dart Monkeys. Trying to stall, especially in such a map mode, is still risky. So GG's to them for being able to stall for this long and adapting the strategy to two different gameplays.
Yes, indeed. And especially after that first game as well, which they did show a certain level of just domination over Dart Monkeys, they will be in a very secure position going into round 2. But as I'm saying that, we are going to go to a quick break as everyone else finishes playing out round 1 and we figure out who we're going to be seeing on stream round 2. So absolutely do not be going anywhere. We will be back as soon as we can be. So see you guys soon.
See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, for the second turn of this paddling pool. The second match will be between Hazard and Piki Piki, two French-speaking teams I feel at home tonight. And I'm still with Zari.
Hello, hello! And yes, this is going to be very interesting. These are teams that you very much know of. We were literally talking to someone about how to pronounce their team name. So this has been very, very helpful. But yeah, the first game we're going to be getting into is going to be the tower control on Inkbot, which is absolutely standard. Absolutely. See, like, teams feel comfortable in this, so it'll be interesting to see if we get anything like any kind of different strats coming out from these two teams, and how they're gonna feel like facing each other. I'm very intrigued.
I'm kinda intrigued. This is considered a pretty standard and regular map mode to start, pretty balanced, whatever playstyle you have, but I believe both of these teams have a pretty aggressive game style with probably no backline, or maybe one on Hazard, but it's likely to be very aggressive with lots of shooters, Zuka, very fast compositions.
Yes, then even more so that this will be interesting to see how they clash against each other, and who's going to come out on top.
And this is actually a bit surprising, but we have two Splat dualies on each team, two different versions, but not that surprised because Danger is the main dualies. We have a backline, however, the Rapid Blaster.
Yes, yes, indeed. And not as stereotypical of a backline as some teams might be more used to facing. So absolutely. And already off the bat, 5 players are done.
Yeah, the first fight is in favor of PKPK. They take the tower and lead it to the first checkpoint. Hazard must defend.
Indeed, indeed. And already we're seeing that the blaster being helpful at outranging the opponents and pushing them back. And already that is Hazard pushing the tower themselves as people are forced to back out on the side of PKPK.
Unfortunately for PKPK, the specials were not enough to maintain the push, and Hazard managed to defend. However, the defense is solid in both sides, and no team was able to pass the first checkpoint. Back to neutral again, and damn, another killer whale!
Yes, yes, indeed. We're seeing a lot coming out from these two teams here as they're trying to just get to that first checkpoint and hold it long enough to even get past it. Normally, that is not what you see with teams that are not the most balanced, but we're seeing with these two teams that due to their aggression and they just don't fear pushing, that this is truly going to be quite an interesting match to follow.
The crab tank of Kura is over, and the second checkpoint is asked for Hazard. This is already a good lead. It looks like the push will be over. 3 players are down. Back to neutral again, but looks like PKPK will want to push very soon with that tactical on the mid.
Yep, yes, indeed. But that might not be possible looking at the players that are going down here. But as I'm saying that, people are trading. Both of the cheerleaders end up going back to spawn. But Hazard are still pushing.
Yes, they're still pushing. As I said, they have a very fast playstyle. They do not give the time to their opponents to go back to mid, to just prepare the push. They just go for the kill, and this is what happens. Unfortunately for them, PKPK looks like they're back in the game. They're maybe not 2 players down, 1 now, but at least they got control of the turf at the mid pretty fast. They're preparing for a push, and they have 2 specials ready.
Yes, yes, indeed. Was interesting to see there for a moment that somehow, and I really don't know how, but just before we got back into mid here, the sloshing machine went down in the base. I think there might have been someone on the side of Hazard that got really far up, or that might have been Azuka. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, that definitely slowed them down a bit. And yet again, we are back to this fight in mid. And the only one alive is this Julie's, and they are still, well, okay, never mind. They are back to spawn now, but they were able to hold up out just that little bit longer.
Hazard is not giving any moment of respite to PKPK. They have already a strong lead, but they want to push again and again, and they better do, not let their opponent breathe. It's a wipeout in that defense phase. PKPK will maybe finally have a time to push.
Yes, yes, indeed. Though they do have to get the whole way to 33, and they have just over a minute to do it, not including, obviously, possible overtime. But very nice jump out there before they got absolutely rolled. But the tower is continuing to push. They're going towards that second checkpoint. Question is, are they going to be able to make it there and make it through?
They still have a team advantage in terms of number of players down, but it hasn't been long enough. It hasn't lasted long enough. They were not able to take the second checkpoint. Hazard still has the lead in only 40 seconds left.
Yep, yes, indeed. That is very much. This is going to be a struggle for PKPK, but not entirely impossible. If they're able to stay alive and get the numbers advantage, then this could easily switch. But they'd have to stay alive for that. They'd have to gain advantage here in numbers, and that just doesn't seem like it's going to happen, at least not in time.
They are just sharking now. They're just waiting for the opponents to drop close to the tower to get the kills. And this is
Oh,
game.
that will be game. That's game 1 to Hazard. And yes, they did. There was a couple players still on the side of Piki who were in mid there and were looking to jump on that tower, but Hazard was just there first. And then the game ends before any overtime can be played.
Solid game from Hazard there. They were quite dominant in the midsection, and in the push they were able to maintain a numerous superiority for a longer time, and PK never really find a way to really push their opponents back in their spawn when they were, even if they succeeded at taking turf at the mid, they couldn't get the kills afterward.
Yep, yes, indeed. And then it just was not quite what they were looking for there, to actually get the push and keep it moving. They were able to get to that second checkpoint, but they couldn't get past it, and they couldn't get anywhere near that 33 that they needed to get lead. But yes, the whole way through that, both teams were very aggressive, but Hazard was just able to be more consistently so, and also have it work out for them for a longer period of time while they were on that tower, as we're seeing right now. So very interesting from those two teams. You could still see that there was some very aggressive play coming from both of them, but Hazard was just able to keep it up for that bit longer.
We will jump into the second game, and aren't you hungry at the moment?
Some ramen would be pretty good. That'd be very good actually. I'd be down for that. But yeah, on Splat Zones specifically, I've seen this map more so on Splat Zones than any other mode in tournaments. And it does work quite well for it, I would say. But you can get locked out, as is any Splat Zones map. Most of the time you need to be careful when you're getting back in.
Yeah, it's true. You need to be careful, but at the same time, for example, if you have played Splatoon 2, maybe when you saw the first picture of this map, you were like, oh, it reminds me of the stadium, I'm a bit scared, but in the end, it's way more opened than what I'm referring to. Especially, you have that, I don't know if I can say a flank path, but you have that section below the map where you can, it's another path you can use.
Yes, to kind of sneak by just if people aren't paying the most attention to it. Absolutely. We're still seeing some... Okay, so I think that's pretty... Hazard is saying pretty similar to what they had...
No, yeah. the duel is different, but there is a pretty radical change for Piki. A backline this time with the Sniper Rider. A duel is Squelchy, that is not that common, but Kura is very strong with this one, and 2 splatter shots.
Yep, yes, indeed. Which will give them some aggressive potential here, especially with those Zookas, and some paint coming from their support and backline. So, very, very interesting comp change, but I can see exactly why.
And they take the lead. They have a good control of the zone, and they try to push quite far in the opponent's spawn. But with the special, the crab tank, the tacticooler, Hazard is slowly but surely getting back on the zone.
Yep, yes, indeed. And they are able to flip it back in their favor and put a 36 penalty on to Piki. And with their 2 front lines down, they should be able to keep it for a little bit longer as Piki try and find their way back in again.
Kura had to jump back on the spawn, and they have a crab tank and again a killer whale to maintain their push, and they will take the lead on this one. Very good try, Zuka from Maggie, and this will be a retake. But then
very good. Yes, indeed. And they that Julius is able to find their way back out again and not end up going down there, even though the rest of their team did. And that will help, along with their team being in mid here, for them to retake that zone again and put more penalty points back on PKPK.
They are desperately trying to find a solution, but I believe the solution to go back in the zone mostly relies on the Trizuka. If they manage to take good kills, to good splats with them, but without them it's difficult. First one up.
Yep, they're able to get one pick with it, and they use it again, but still not able to find that pick. And then, okay, the flank that they were trying to do ends up being interrupted, but another player is able to get that, and they're able to get the zone and put penalty points onto Hazard to slow them down. Hazard got the whole way to 17 there, which is a nice position to be in, but absolutely, given time, PKPK can get there, so they cannot be comfortable with it.
Yeah, PKPK is in control of the zone, but this won't last. Hazard is back on the mid, and maybe you saw with the aerial view that even with PKPK is in control of the zone, they don't have that much turf onto the opponent's side.
Yes, indeed, which does give Hazard a lot of breathing room and a lot of movement that they can do to kind of find their way back in again. But we can see here that the penalty points are almost over, and with the jumping in that people are doing, interesting from that 52 there, but they're not going to get back to zone.
No, they're not getting by to zone, and I believe that Squidbag dealt 20 mental damage to their opponents. And this will be the game 2-0 for Hazard.
Yes, indeed. And especially we did see from PKPK at the beginning of even the last game, and even at points throughout this game, that they were able to find their way in, but just not get as much, they weren't able to push up as far as Hazard did whenever they took zone, which meant it just became that much easier for Hazard to keep PKPK out of the zone and keep the zone for longer.
Yes, Hazard was better at using the space of the map efficiently, whether it was to retreat, to use the boxes, to shark, to flank, and also to give them times to reach the zone or to hold the push longer.
Exactly. They were just able to kind of keep it and be consistent with that. But as you're saying, that does mean that Hazard takes this set, and we are going to be moving on to round 3. But we do have to wait until everyone has played through their games. So we're going to take a short break as we wait for that and figure out who we're going to be seeing next. And also, hopefully, at some point before the end of our block, I'm hoping we get a game 3. That's not always confirmed, not always something we actually get. But as a commentator, I always hope for it. I love game 3s; they're great. But they're like things that you just can't always have. But yes, we will be back real soon. Yeah. See you guys in a
few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. And we're now into best of fives, which is great. Love to see more matches on the board. And it is between I'm just going to call them 3630 because 3630 is a long ass name. Versus Frutella.
Yes, this will be the match we have for this first best of 5 of the night, and isn't it also the first Rainmaker game of the night?
Yes, I do believe so, because the last two sets, Rainmaker was the third mode that we never got to. So it's very interesting that we're going to be actually seeing some Rainmaker and starting on it indeed as well. And also, Flounder Heights. That's a Rainmaker map. Not.
Flounder Heights it's a very weird map, very unique map, but it's great. I love it, and I want to see how these. Okay, a Dynamo Roller. I definitely was not expecting that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen Andy about. Andy's a very aggressive Dynamo Roller, so this will be fun to see how 3630 deal with an aggressive Dynamo Roller, because you don't see that a lot. You really don't.
Yeah, it will also depend on the matchup. Like if Xaib with the Nautilus managed to focus on the Dynamo, then I'm sorry for him. And the duels are already taken at the mid. 2 players down one side, one on the other. They don't take the Rainmaker yet.
Oh,
good flank here from Muzi.
Very good flank. Did not see that coming, and definitely sets Frutella a little bit on edge there, and has them move back just a slight tad. But as I'm saying that, they're back on their side. They're pushing up. We can see the Dynamo definitely trying to find their way towards the enemy here. But yeah, there's a lot happening, and a lot of people just going down, going back to spawn.
Yeah, no team is able to really take a solid advantage at the middle of the map. Frutella is the first team to pick the Rainmaker and will try to carry it to the first checkpoint, but they have 2 players down already. They haven't even scored any point.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can see here Andy is trying to put this in as advantageous a spot for them to come and try and get back to it without giving the other team that much additional room to move here. But already you can see 3630 using that Rainmaker, pushing it towards that checkpoint, and already through it.
Ooh, that must hurt.
Oh, they thought they were going to be going somewhere with that push. Not yet. Not yet.
No, not yet. Looks like the defense is able to hold the line for Frutella, but it's still a pretty good lead for a first push, but the first push took time to come. We are more than 2 minutes have passed.
Yep, yes, indeed. They really need to get across that bridge or just towards the checkpoint at all, because they don't have any points yet. They still don't have any points, Frutella. But they also don't have the person advantage either, and that is just getting worse at the moment.
Yeah,
but as I say that...
Yeah. The splats are taken at the bottom, and he managed to get the kill on Bray here, and maybe Frutella... Oh, another kill! Looks like Frutella will be able to push again.
Yes, indeed. They very much should be able to push after what just happened there. They are going to be able to get to that checkpoint. Not quite lead yet, though. They do need to pop that and push it just that little bit forward, but they do have a lot of room to move here, a lot of paint down, and they're finding picks.
An East taken, very strongly taken here by Frutella. Good map control, and they may still not be done yet. They get the pop, they pop the Rainmakers.
Yes. And
3630 looks like they're able to push back. No, that's... they managed to steal the Rainmaker, and that will be the case. No, it won't be.
They can't get up. They can't get up the podium. It wasn't painted enough. Oh my goodness. They were able to push to 2, but just not able to get it any further. We can still see there's 2 players here, right? Trying to find their way in. Actually, the only one left being Andy at the moment. trying to see if they're able to get the possibility to get to that Rainmaker. But because it's on that other side, it was that much more difficult to do. But Andy's still able to take down multiple players there. But the pop of the Rainmaker does send another one of Frutilla back to spawn.
2 players down, and this is the end of the push. They have 1 minute. 3630 have 1 minute, less than 1 minute, to carry the Rainmaker and kind of put the KO on their opponents.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a struggle, especially with 3 down here for them to do that. Oh my goodness. This is absolutely why we've been seeing, like, you don't see very much Dynamo in comp, but whenever you get to see a player like Andy come out and play the Dynamo the way that he does, you're just like, how does this work? How does this work so well? But yeah, they're just going to hold it for the last 20 seconds. And, well, if 3630 can't get to it, then it's just going to be game. 10 seconds left.
This last minute is almost heartbreaking to watch. Looks like 3630 had no special. They just kept rushing one after another. No special charging, no team play, and they just got wiped again and again by Frutilla. That is leading 1-0 after this game on Rainmaker.
Yes, indeed. And just to remind folks, this does not mean we're at a match point, because there is 5 games now in this set. So the winning team is going to need 3 games, and that does give 3630 a bit more wiggle room here, that they can lose 2 games and still be able to take this back. But yeah, we were seeing absolutely, like, the start of this game looked very, very different from the end of it.
Yes, indeed, this was very impressive. I remember, like, I'm old enough to have played Splatoon 1, and I remember that time when Dynamo was crazy. That gave me the old vibe.
Yes, indeed. Same here. I remember when Dynamo was insane back in Splatoon 1, and that does definitely reminisce of that quite a bit. But yeah, even that moment there where they're able to get to the podium, but just not able to get up it. There was not enough paint on that podium, especially at that end there. They were able to paint it a bit, but then that other player was able to paint it from the other side and stop them from being able to...
was the issue. I thought that the player was just weak, and to be sure not to die at 1 point left, he wanted to regen, but you may be right, maybe that was just that the final the KO was not inked enough.
Yes, it happens. It could have been either, but absolutely, we're going to be moving on to Ship Shape Clamblitz as the second game of the set.
Yeah, I don't see Ship-Shape Cargo being played that much, but looks like Clamblitz is an interesting mode from this one, with the little step on the right side of the basket and the grid on the left side.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you do have those 2 kind of alternate paths in there, and if you're able to get through that open kind of core area to the step, it is quite easy to just hop up there, chuck it in, back off, or even just push harder in. But if you're able to kind of take control of that that grading across and just hold it, that can be quite a solid way to keep clams coming while being a little bit more defensible. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see some comp changes coming out from these teams. Because as far as I'm aware, I've seen before on this that Frutilla don't always keep that Dynamo. Sometimes they have a remix or something. Sometimes they have definitely some kind of I think it might be the heavy edit that they have instead of it. So they might end up doing that, but it'll be interesting to see if there are changes.
Yeah, maybe Andy also wants to keep the Dynamo and see how how strong it can be, because it got recently stronger. Like Dynamo received, I believe, the second or third buff in its whole history. Yes, that weapon got absolutely top tier on Splatoon 1, so I guess it's kind of traumatized the devs, and it never got buffed again in Splatoon 2, and we had to wait for a very long time to see it buff. But it recently got buffed, and now the horizontal hitbox is kind of fixed. I would say it was kind of broken before.
Its spread is still not what it once was, but it was something to do with like it's a lot more consistent. That the entire hitbox is a lot more consistent, which you can't. There's times with the Dynamo where you're looking at a person in front of you and you're able to get your entire swing and not have it interrupted, and it still doesn't hit them because of how wonky the spread can be at times. And I think it's slightly better now. Still, I miss Splatoon 1 Dynamo. A lot of people don't, but I do. So actually, there we go. As I was saying, they have taken away that Dynamo and replaced it with the edit there. Still with that double cooler, though.
Yeah, and there are also a change on 3630 comp. We have another backline, another Splatling for Xaib, and Rainbox took the Glugaduli, his weapon, his first love, the weapon of his heart.
And yes, the Glugas don't tend to get that much love, so it's very good to see that in
They're very aggressive. Behind the crab.
Indeed, and Melusine did that last time. They did a very early flank and a very deep flank on Flounder Heights. So very, very cool to see them keeping that up and keeping Fruitella on their toes here.
Yeah, 3630 didn't manage to convert that opportunity into a push, and this is now Fruitella's turn to go into the enemy side.
Yes, indeed. Definitely trying to find the picks necessary to actually get a push going. That's 2 down on the side of 3630. They do definitely have the opportunity here, but they're trying to do it with as little, with as much certainty as possible. They need to get quite far up here. Oh, bye.
Ooh, 3 players down again, and this will be the push this time, and they have some more clams. This is a very solid push for a first opportunity, and the jump back is so fast when you are under the tacticaler.
It is indeed, but that is 2 down, 3 down on the side of Fruitella. That will be the end of that push. We can see Punch here just trying to live, but with 2 players going after them immediately, that just isn't really looking like an option. And they did get with that push, they got the whole way down to 50, which is very nice for a first push. But as I'm saying that's 2 down on the side of Fruitella, and 3630 are setting up for a push of their own, which might very well come close to that if they're able to get a couple more clams. Or even that pity, actually.
And a couple more splats as well. They struggled at getting the kills, even with good opportunity, which Fruitella managed to do better. There are 3 players down this time. Maybe this will be the opportunity, and a first clam is scored.
Yep, yes, indeed. But they are not quite here or ready to put more clams into the basket. They're not ready to follow up on that. So it will immediately close, and they're going to have to do that all over again.
Yeah, if they want to take the lead, they will have to score something like 2 power clams and a small clams. But it looks like it will be Fruitella's turn to push again and maybe score even further than 50.
Yep, yes, indeed. If they're able to get through that 25 penalty points, because they'll have to do that first. So even with a power clam, they don't touch their points yet. But they have to! Oh! But not able to get over there just yet. But with 3 down, they should be able to put those power clams in.
Will be 1 carried by Pelou. Is scored.
And we see that other one still alive, able to be rescued there. Punch is trying to find their way in and is able to get the power clam in, and that will move their points down to 32, which is a very nice place to be sitting at with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the game.
Yes, with so little time left, it's a very good spot for Frutella because they are almost immune to a several power clams push, and 3630 will need very strong, a very solid turf and numerous advantage to really build a push that will be long enough to put enough clams.
Yep, especially now that we're into the last minute here. Everything's on the line for 3630. They do have a pity, they have another power clam, and they've got 8 other clams between themselves for another push. So they just need to get the kills, and they're starting to actually do that. That was 2 down on the side of Frutella, but they just need the kills and the ability to push forward to get that for them.
The specials have been used in both sides. I don't know when we will see another one in the 30 last seconds. And it looks like Frutella is dominating at the mid, and they are getting closer, further and further into the enemy side.
Oh!
There is no time to waste. We will try to go as far as we can on Frutella's side.
Yes, indeed. And that's already, they've been able to get an extra clam in there, which means that they were and they're able to keep it open, which means there's not even a chance for 3630 to use overtime there, and that does mean that Frutella now are sitting at 2-0 against 3630, and they're going to be coming into a match point next game.
I love when a leading team in Clam Blitz or any other mode actually is not just playing defending and stalling until the end of the timer, and is trying to push even further.
Indeed. But we saw there right at the beginning, yet again, 3630 do like to have that initial strong long flank to confuse their opponents, and it does tend to work very well, but only if you can follow up on it. And here we can see yet again people going down on both sides, but Frutella able to come back from this push in from 3630.
I also guess that Frutella is getting used to 3630's tactics and playstyle. Like it's been 2 times that Bray, the squeezer, is trying to flank at the very beginning of the map, very beginning of the game. So I guess for the third one they will look for him.
They will definitely expect it coming into this third match. But yeah, even from that last match, we did see that 3630 was able to get a push, but just not able to kind of follow up on it. And then Frutella, they just found their opportunities, capitalized on them, and really made the most of what they could get a hold of there. And that's why they had such a lead, and 3630 just could not get their pushes that they needed as the game continued.
Yeah, it's a match point. Really, 3630 may want to order a Christmas miracle from Santa if they want to save this game.
Indeed, they need to take this game, or else the set will be going to Frutella. And we see that Dynamo back again. Not a surprise on Splat Sounds, not in the slightest. And a bit more of a return to form on 3630's side with that Nautilus that we saw that first game. They still keep the Glugas as well.
Yes, indeed. Splatzone is probably the mode where the more weapons are actually viable in competition, so they are trying what they feel like they're the most comfortable with. After a little push from 3630, it's looking like Frutella is back in the game again. Every game has the same start. A little push from 3630, and then Frutella making a very strong comeback.
Yep, yes, indeed. And that is definitely what we're seeing right now. As 3630 haven't been able to get anywhere near the zone here. They just haven't seen it except for the very, very beginning of the game. And with Frutella already being down to below 50 points here, this is looking very, very strong for them and continuing to.
And they don't have strong special to come back, unfortunately. They need to get the splats to get back in the zone, but 20 points left. They are low in time.
They are indeed. They've covered a little bit of the zone, but the Dynamo's back in to keep it painted, I say, as that is completely not what the Dynamo is doing, but it does not matter because the game is over. Okay.
Very solid push from Frutilla. It just took them 30 seconds to get back in the game to take positions, and then 2 splats later it was over. They never had to take a step back. They were always dominating, always in control, and 36-30 dropped a bit too much. They were not focusing enough. The team play was lacking, and at the same time it's difficult to charge special. They didn't have that strong specials to take back a zone, and we can also say that the 52 gal or the glue gal doesn't charge the special very fast.
Yeah, that is definitely a good point on that. Like, they do have that booyah coming out from the Glugas, but the Glugas doesn't get it that very often because it's not a very paint efficient weapon. And even when they were able to put paint on the zone, like, Frutilla didn't even have to pay that much attention to the zone to keep it from switching to neutral there, right at the end. So yeah, Frutilla was able to hold that zone, keep it painted, and just be very aggressive without too much, without having to worry too much on any of those points there. And yeah, we can see even whenever they're able to drop down, like, they just immediately get picked off on the side of 36-30. They just did not have the room to move to get to zone.
Yeah, unfortunately, the miracle didn't come for 30. Sorry, I struggle with the 36-30, and I should just say 36-30 because this is the team is with French player, and 36-30 is the phone number for Santa Claus.
Wait, I did not realize that's why you said a Christmas miracle. Oh my goodness. But yes, they are a French team. By all means, you can definitely call them by the French way of saying those numbers. Absolutely. But yes, that does mean after a very strong showing from Frutilla that they are going to continue on through the bracket, and that will mean that 36-30 are going down to losers. We could definitely see them later in the bracket. Absolutely. They might be able to fight their way back out of there, but they do have a long journey ahead of them to do that. So, but well played to both of these teams. Those were some fun matches. And we did see a game 3, but that's because we're in best of 5s now, not because we get more to see more matches in a set than necessary.
Maybe we will have a game 4 or even a game 5 later in the tournament. I was very impressed to see such a good Dynamo roller. I don't see these kind of player very often.
Yes, there's absolutely some incredible, I would say some incredible roller players in the scene at the moment. If anyone's been watching Paddling Pool for a long time, they know I'm a bit of a roller fanatic, and I do love to see games where you can see the potential of the different rollers in action. And that definitely this set was one of those. So absolutely so much fun to watch. But as I'm saying that, we are going to have to go to a short break as we wait for round 4, also known as, are we into semis? I think we're about to be into semis.
The winner's semis.
Yes, we're about to be into semis or round 4, whichever you'd like to call it. But as we wait for everyone to finish up and get ready to play, we're just going to go to the short break, and we'll be back as soon as we can be.
See you soon.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a Getting Started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome back, everyone, for the winner semi-final. It's yet again another all-French match between New Generation and Hazard that we saw earlier.
Yes, indeed. And this is going to be interesting because this is between seeding wise, seed 2 and seed 6. So very much we're getting up to the top of the top here with these two teams. They really, both of them are going to be very much wanting to get through to the finals. So, or the winter finals. So they definitely are going to be, well, wanting to play well here. And on this first map, which, have you seen some Inkblot? I've seen a lot of Inkblot today. Wonder why.
Well, maybe it's a very liked and enjoyed map, since yes, indeed, this is the third time tonight that we will see Inkblot Art Academy. This time on a third different mode, Rainmaker.
Indeed. Yeah, that is the thing, which is quite nice about this, is that we've seen it on lots of different modes, instead of it just being the same one on the same mode. So that is very good to see. But let's get into this first game and see how these two teams deal with each other.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, this is quite unusual. Kirby is using the regular Clash Blaster. I haven't Clash Blaster Pro. I haven't seen it in a while.
Yes, and they do have. There's also that range blaster on the side of New Generation. So they've definitely, each of the teams have brought a range blaster to the fight here, along with. Actually, they've got very similar comps in a way, except for the Julies and the splatter shot, and then the different blasters. But yeah, very interesting.
Both
seemingly
teams
well matched.
Yeah, both teams are playing quite on a balanced level. Oh, maybe this this two-player down will be an opportunity for New Generation to push, and indeed they take the first checkpoint, and this Trizuka was able to not to kill the crab tank, but at least to make it retreat.
Yes, indeed. And New Generation here able to get through that first checkpoint, but I do not believe they're going to have the opportunity yet to push that any further, unless they're able to get the kills they need, which do not happen in time. And with 2 down on the side, well, that was 2 down on the side of Hazard there, but it's just, there's a lot of people going down on that, near that first checkpoint on that right hand side there. So yeah, just a lot happening, and I would imagine not that much movement for this Rainmaker just yet.
Cross kills and duels are being taken on both sides of the map, and oh, it looks like New Generation wanted to change the rhythm a bit and are pushing again.
Yes, indeed, definitely trying to keep
the Rainmaker. This is the objective. This is how you play the mode. Finally,
there we go. That NZAP is hearing you and definitely trying to get these points on the board. And a push to 19 is very nice, but also with Rainmaker, you cannot be comfortable with any push unless it's a knockout, because it really does not take too much. All it takes is a wipe in very good circumstances for a team to get a knockout, so you cannot be comfortable.
Yes, especially on Inkblot Academy, most notable pushes tend to stop around the 20 points left. Like, this final ramp is really the key point that most teams cannot go further. Maybe they will be able to go back and take the lead to 18, but it looks like at the moment New Generation is still in control of the mid.
Yes, indeed, and we can see from that Julie, they were able to get quite a nice kill there, but immediately Toddy here coming back round and able to pick them off before they can do any more damage. But yeah, yet again, still a lot of fighting happening here in mid. Unfortunate for that 52 there, as they did just get a little bit stuck. But yeah, just kind of fighting in neutral and continuing to. This might be what Hazard need to get a push of their own, but I don't know. They're kind of holding out for a moment.
It looks like Hazard is a bit scared to move forward. They had 2 players down in the enemy's side, and they were not even crossing the midline of the map. Like, it was the right moment to try to go forward. In the end, they completely leave the space to New Generation that is already pushing back again.
Yep, yes, indeed. They kind of hesitated, and that was not what they needed in that moment. They very much then ended up accidentally feeding through to New Generation, and that has just made it that much easier for New Generation to get this push going, though they have not been able to get near enough to get any new points on the board yet.
Yeah, the Rainmaker had pushed quite far, but in the end it's back on the mid again. The pop allows Hazard to take more turf, and maybe it will be enough to take advantage. Duel is won there, not a second, fortunately. Back in
And
neutral
there we go, back to neutral, back with the shield back up, but it doesn't stay back up for long, and that's 2 down on the side of Hazard, and with almost 30 seconds left, that's not what they need right now. They need to be picking off players from New Generation, and they need to be pushing. They still do not have any points on the board here.
No, they don't. They don't have a lot of special. They only have a crab tank. Oh, the tacticaler, maybe to get an opportunity, but they have no turf. They have no space, and New Generation is just waiting for them to feed. Look at this poor crab tank.
Oh, ends up pushing forward. They are able to get a pick there, but is it going to be enough? Well, as I'm saying that, players from New Generation do
players
end
are
up going down. But there's still that 52 in mid. And then
And this is game. Looks like the blaster managed to get the kill on the Rainmaker, rushing the Rainmaker at the end. Sometimes when it's overtime, it's just the right thing to do.
Yep, if you're able to get the pick, then the game ends. So absolutely, why not go for it? You do have to be careful not to do it at the wrong moment. But when you get it, and when you get it well, it just ends the game, and there you go. You get to move on to the next one. But yeah, that was a very weird moment coming out from Hazard in the middle there. We might end up seeing that on the replay. But New Generation absolutely able to capitalize on their ability to push up and getting that push to 19 did end up just being all they needed.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising, I would say. It's very rare for a team to be able to keep the momentum for so long inside the enemy on the enemy's plat. And this is what happened here. You remember they took maybe too much time to pick the Rainmaker. They took, I don't know, 10-20 seconds to decide to pick it, but when they picked it, it was like, 90 points left. That's it.
Yes, which
just a normal day to me.
Oh my goodness, but it does mean going into this second game here that New Generation are one game ahead of Hazard, and you do hope that going into this second game with tower control on Museum, Hazard is able to find their footing a little bit, because it did seem in that last match that they just weren't quite able to kind of figure themselves out against New Generation before the end of the game.
Yeah, maybe this second game will change the pace of the match for Hazard. I believe they chose this map because it's also a solid pick when you have a dualies, that there are lots of spots when you can just drop with your rolls, and also good spots for the crab tank.
That is very true. If they're able to capitalize on using that crab tank, and at important moments, that could be what they need here. I also wonder if they're going to keep both of those blasters. Well, we see already that they are going to keep a blaster, and they do have a machine, and there's that other blaster coming out from. So there is still those blasters on both sides.
Yes, indeed. But this is the other Rapid Pro that we are seeing for Hazard.
Indeed. First
No-
player to
oh,
go
finally.
down is okay. Oh, a lot.
Azad is taking the moment. They were keeping looking at each other, and at the end there, and they were thinking, all right, we must be aggressive, and this is a solid wipeout from them. And now look at this Crab tank very far in the enemy side, pressuring the opponents on the top. Meanwhile, the tower is already reaching the second checkpoint, and they still have the advantage in terms of numbers of player.
Yes, indeed. They're trying to keep this the tower moving, and they still might be able to. But the Julies do end up trading to.
My lord, what did this 52 gal do on the mid? I believe it picked like one or maybe even two super jumps.
Yep, that was very unfortunate for those jumps there, and absolutely turns the tides for New Generation, making it that much easier for them to get a solid push started. But the question will be if they're able to keep it moving. That there was 3 down on the side of Hazard there, so that does look likely.
Yes, they still have a lead in terms of players. They may even get the lead in terms of points. And this is done. New Generation now has the lead. And they still want to pressure. They passed the second checkpoint.
Indeed. They want to get as far as they can. And because they've got through that checkpoint, it's going to be even easier for them to continue to push. Even when the tower goes back just that little bit.
And they still have specials. The Tacticular has been used. They have a Trizuka. Oh, the Trizuka is used already. They know there is a player on the top. No splat taken, but damn, 23 points left is a very solid lead. And it's still not over. They won the KO.
They do indeed. And it's looking more and more likely that they might be able to get this without it resetting back to neutral. But as I say that, we see other people jumping in, and this 52 on the side of Hazard is able to get the jumps before they can pose any kind of problem to Hazard, and that will be the reset back to mid that Hazard needs. But with a push the whole way to 13 on the side of New Generation, that is going to be an uphill battle, and it's already looking unlikely as that's 3 down on the side of Hazard there, and I think that's a delayed wipe.
Yes,
Looks
I
like
believe it is. Lots of player down and solid map control here. The mid is completely orange. Meanwhile, the Ulyss is on the tower pushing again. They clearly don't want to give any moment of respite to Hazard.
Yes, indeed. Though Hazard is now able to push the tower back towards mid, but they just don't have very much in the form of paint at the moment to move in mid.
Yes, I believe having the gal that doesn't paint that much and the Rapid Pro makes them a bit vulnerable to a very straightforward rush, while something like this, you know?
Ooh, yes, it does indeed make them quite vulnerable to that, as we are seeing. Oh my goodness. And yeah, New Generation immediately on that, immediately pushing the tower. And making the most of it. We can see that Crab coming out and is able to survive the range blaster this time, but not able to find that long range kill they were looking for against the 52 here. Although the Julies are still trying to find the kill. But, oh, Toddy, it still stays alive just that little bit longer, but does end up getting taken down. But as I say, that's 3 down on the side of Hazard. Oh my goodness, delayed wipe.
3 down and less than 1 minute left to the timer, and New Generation is still pushing again and again. They're maintaining their pressure. They don't want to let the momentum escape. The momentum is for them. It will stay for them as long as the game lasts.
Yep, yes indeed. If they have anything to say about it, they're going to continue their show of aggression here and consistent pushing. They do not want to let Hazard have any room to move, room to breathe even. And with we're in the last 10 seconds here. Is Hazard going to be able to get to that tower?
Jet is the last player left for Hazard, and this will be game and match point actually for New Generation that is leading 2-0.
Yep, yes, indeed. And we're going into this game 3. And Hazard, they need to take this if they want to continue having a chance of winning this set. But after the show of strength there from New Generation, that is going to be difficult to do.
This is not over. Hazard really showed greater intentions on this game, especially with this opening and the first wipeout. They waited a bit for their moment, but after they remembered that what is so good with them is their very aggressive and fast-paced game play style. And when they managed to get the momentum, they can really use it well. If they manage to do that again, this may be game for them.
Yes. If they're able to utilize their own momentum, if they're able to find the opportunities and make the most of them, they absolutely can show that they can do a lot of damage. But New Generation so easily can turn the tides, as we've seen a bunch of times here. And especially, we saw that moment earlier in the replays where Hazard was backing off, but I think it was Toddy on the side of New Generation was just able to find the pick and then 2 follow-up jump-ins that really meant that Hazard could not recover from backing out. If they hadn't have got that pick, then there would have been 3 players in that middle area immediately ready to even just keep mid. That might have been a different kind of game.
Yeah, you're right. And keeping the mid doesn't only mean keeping the mid. Like what we saw when New Generation kept pushing again and again and not hesitating to go on the opponent's plat. It means that you can pressure the opponents further, and they have a bigger space to cross to reach the mid. And in the end, even if they got 2 or 3 players down at something like 30 or 20 seconds left, the mid was completely orange, so they didn't have only to push forward, they also have to take the turf, which takes more time to prepare a push. They don't And they didn't have time. It was almost overtime.
Yep. They did not have time for that. They very much didn't. But yes, going into this third game, Hazard are on the back foot. It's not over, but they're on the back foot, and it's going to be splat zones on Barnacle and Dime, which you definitely play different than these first 2 because, it's a static zone. You want to make sure, and like when those wipeouts, like given wipeouts can be very detrimental on Rainmaker, they aren't as I don't want to say game killing, but like they aren't as like immediately like I don't know how to put this, but they aren't as detrimental on tower control. But splat zones, if you cannot get to the objective, it's not pushing towards you. It's not getting closer to your spawn. So if you cannot get to that mid, then this might yet again be a very quick knockout. If Hazard is not able to get back in, if they get wiped, this could very easily be a quick game. So, but that being said, if Hazard is able to do that to New Generation, if they're able to get the wipeout, if they're able to keep them out, this could be a turnaround for them. So both teams going into this match point are going to be very much trying to figure out how they can do that to the other.
Yes, you're right. Splat zone can be quite punitive sometimes because even if you are not able to push too far into the enemy spawn, it doesn't mean that you can't KO. If you are able to efficiently control the mid, you may KO. Such a good momentum at the opening, like Hazard got on the previous game. Such a lead at the beginning, sometimes it can mean the end of a splat zone. So if they manage to be successful during the first duels, it could be a win for them and an opportunity to come back in the set.
Yeah, because if you're even able to just get a really nice, comfy lead on splat zones and then just constantly trade the zone back and forth with the opponent, not letting them actually build up the momentum to get through penalty points, then it could be as easy as that. If they're not able to get to the actual points on the board, not able to actually work through the penalties, then that's another way definitely to win Splat Zones. But that is expecting one team, or Hazard specifically, to be able to get that lead and keep it. So I would say it's going to be difficult for either team here, but they're both going to be looking to try and get like a solid hold early on and keep it.
Yes, maybe this is also where some comp choice may be important. For example, we had one blaster on each side for the 2 previous games. It's less common in Splat Zone to use a blaster. I mean, when it's tower control, this is way more common. Oh, and we see there is no more blasters on the side of New Generation, and we have Ulyss with the E-Leader.
Very interesting pick with that E-Leader. That can, especially because Barnacle and Dime is so flat. It's so, you don't have as many things to hide behind. It's not incredibly difficult to see where people are coming from. But as I'm saying that, that's 3 down on the side of New Generation. Ulysses has to get out of there, but doesn't have the time to.
And this is a delayed wipeout, and Hazard didn't need to use a lot of special. They have 2 ready to maintain their push. They only used a Tacticooler and a Killer Whale, I believe. Killer Whale used by the other team, Trizuka also, but the Splat may be taken by the Rapid Blaster. No, it will be forced to. Oh, couldn't jump back. But this is already a very good push from Hazard.
Yes, it's a great place to start for Hazard. But that being said, they are slowly getting taken down here. And that is 3 down on the side of Hazard. Though they are able to get another kill, but that is a delayed wipe, followed by another kill on the side of that.
This is merciless. The Trizuka on the armored respawn. It pains me so much when it happens. Like, no chance. Even the plot armor can save you from that. And this is the lead for New Generation.
Yes, indeed. Even whenever Hazard is having a very good first push or a first time out of the gates here, it just doesn't last. I don't know what is happening here.
Sometimes the 52 gal feels illegal.
Yes, and then sometimes you have 2 of them fighting each other, trying so hard to be the one that wins that the only time that they actually both die is when someone else has to intervene. But as I'm saying that, the game has ended. That is 3-0 to New Generation. And yeah, you can't get to the zone. You can't paint it.
No, indeed. New Generation kept following the same playstyle as before, meaning being very aggressive and occupying as long as possible the enemy spawn. For so long they were at a bit on the top left, but mostly in the pit, fighting and taking so many kills, so many splats. The 52 gal, especially Daki, has taken so many splats alone against 2 or 3 players.
Yes, indeed. We've been seeing a lot of that.
This is the point of no return of the match.
Yes, where Hazard just do not see that objective again. They do not get anywhere near it, and it just keeps ticking. And there's that moment of the 52s. But yeah, that was kind of what you tend to see in Splat Zones between very good teams that just end up, there has one team that ends up dominating over the other, and the fight just ends up being in that other team spawn, and they don't see the objective again, and then the game just ends.
Yes, good luck to New Generation for the next turn. That will be the winner finals. They will need it. It will be a tough opponent. They will fight against. Who will they fight against? Against Fruitella, actually, who took down Jerul on the very impressive score of 3-2.
Okay, that is going to be a very, very interesting match. But that being said, we have come to the end of our blog. So that does mean we're going to be handing over to new commentators, which I do believe is going to be Pat and Mr. Slap. I think so. So with that in mind, thank you very much for having us. This has been so much fun to commentate, and also so much fun to commentate with you for the first time. Oh my god, Canada, that's so it's been so good. But yes, where can the good people find you?
Thank you. Well, people can find me sometimes on Twitter, but I am mostly busy organizing a competition for the French scene. But I was very delighted to cast with you tonight, Zari. Thank you for welcoming me at the paddling pool. I had such a great time.
Of course. We're glad to have you here. We're always looking for new commentators, and this was so much fun to commentate with you. And people can find me also on Twitter sometimes at SPL Zarany and on Twitch at Zarany. So thank you everyone for having us. This has been so much fun, but we're going to switch on over to those other commentators. So enjoy the rest of the tournament, folks. It can only get better from here.
Goodbye. Have fun.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a Getting Started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, again. With the benefit of Twitch.tv, my name is MR Slap, also known as Mr. Slap, and I am here with my lovely co-commentator, Pat.
Hello, Slap. How are you doing?
I am doing just fine, and I cannot wait to get into this. Frutella, the affirmed team that we know are absolutely incredible, the favorites to win this game right here, versus somebody that we have just seen have a very convincing 3-0, New Generation.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Frutella, they are always underseeded. Alice, you should fix that, because they just beat seed number 1. It was a 3-2, it was hard fought, but they got it. They got that W, and right now they're here to get another victory if they can against New Generation.
Yeah, no, and it's just one of those things where you're sitting here at the caster's desk, or you're sitting there watching this, and you're just like, yeah, we can kind of guess who's gonna win. However, that's never the case, you know, and it's never really gonna be the case. There's always a chance for the underdog to come out on top in games like this, and I just cannot wait to get into this and see what's gonna happen. The first match we're gonna be seeing them on is Rainmaker Mahi Mahi.
Yeah. And we don't see that map mode often. And if you haven't watched last week's Battling Pool, we are now on Sendu Inc. And we are using Sendu's system of map mode selection, which means these teams have chosen what are the map modes that we are going to see tonight. And this one was chosen by New Generation, by the way.
Right, well, that sounds great. So let's just get straight into this, of course, on Frutella. You've got that sloshing machine, Neo sloshing machine. You've got the sploosh. You've got the soda slosher. And, of course, that dynamo coming out as well. Oh, there we go. We're seeing the New Generation actually be able to pop that bubble and able to get a kill down on Frutella.
Yeah, New Generation already on the attack right now. Pelu with the Tri-Slasher managing to get that Rainmaker and use that Tacticular to allow the rest of the team to come back in pretty fast. It's double Tacticular by Frutella between the Dynamo and the Tri-Slasher right there. And he is going to grab the Rainmaker, get punished for it. So far, both teams are getting a huge amount of picks, but not able to move the Rainmaker much, Slap.
Yeah, no, definitely, Pat. That Rainmaker is just stagnant in the middle, as even more specials are getting popped right now, both a Crab and an Inkzuka, and then an Inkzuka for New Generation as well. Both teams are going absolutely insane, and here comes the Killer Whale out as well. But now we're just going to be seeing Punch trying to get a few kills, but they do go down to that Killer Whale.
Yeah, that Killer Whale, and again, we are back to the drawing board. Frutella is going to pop the Rainmaker again, throw another Tacticular. They have so many Tacticular. And they are back trying to attack with that Rainmaker. Pelu just pummeling with the Rainmaker shots, and Andy under the ledge. They're gonna get a few picks right there, and they're gonna get a jump at the checkpoint there.
Yeah, no, it was very, very close for that Dynamo to get stuffed out before they hit, but thankfully they were able to trade, leading for Frutella to be able to get that first checkpoint, and now it is all up to them just to go in again. There we go, both teams getting a pick. We just see the NZAP shocking down there in front of the checkpoint, but very good Crab. What a jump to get that Rainmaker.
That Zap could have been dangerous. That Zap could have headshot the Crab at that distance, but failed to get it. And right now, Frutella, they are maintaining the pressure, keeping that Rainmaker here in that point of the game is pretty good for them. They don't need to make more points. As long as New Generation are stuck in their spawn, Frutella can do whatever they want.
Yeah, no, the only thing that they really just need to do right now is just get that map control in mid. And then we go, yeah, with 3 of them down, even though they did pop that Rainmaker, you're going to get nothing from that push. And once again, it's all up to that NZAP to just try and stop the Rainmaker again. But there we go, all sodaed up. Frutella raring to push through.
Yeah, and Frutella is back on the attack, but it's 2v2 right now. Ulysse just getting in, but getting wiped. The Rainmaker has been traded. It means Frutella has some time to get it, but that's just a few more points. New Generation stays in the game, and right now it's 2 versus 2, but a Crab Tank from Punch is going to mean, okay, with that point sensor, New Generation manages to wait, they didn't reset?
No. They look like they're about to reset, but I feel like they just realized that they didn't have the map control to properly reset, you know? And yeah, there we go. They were just able to get a kill, and now they're running in with that Rainmaker. They could dunk.
so close to a dunk right now. Slurp is... Okay, Slurp now has to move back. But New Generation, they only have 2 minutes left and they are like pretty much 2 checkpoints behind.
Yeah, no, 2 minutes left on the clock, though, is completely fine to come back. All you need is that one good push to come back, and I feel like New Generation definitely has the capacity to be able to do that, but right now, Frutella are just staying completely on top, Pat.
And Frutella are not stopping their back. They want to get as many picks as they can. Every time the game goes back to mid and New Generation tries to get some momentum, there's 2 players from them that are put down by Frutella that are completely stopping them. And another tactical, of course. And I mean, they're not gonna get more points, I think, because New Generation are at least able to defend their spawn. But Frutella keeping the action there, and just 1 minute left.
You know, just 1 minute left, and this is basically your last breath of your New Generation. You've just got to get that map control in mid, because they've been trying to get themselves out of this box that Frutella keeps putting them in, but they're just unable to get out. And look at Punch again, going in, getting 1 pick, maybe even 2. No, they go down. Toddy is the only person up for New Generation.
And Toddy is hanging there, trying to maintain that Rainmaker shield to give a pop to their team. And that's a very good pop. New Generation, 30 seconds left. Now it's do or die, Slap. They need to get that push, but they got 2 down, 3 down! 3 down onto Frutella right there. It's just that crab tank, and once that crab tank expires, Ulyss should be able to at least get that checkpoint.
No! What? Hey! Kill! Getting them just as soon, just before they could dunk that Rainmaker, but they're going to be able to pop the checkpoint at least, and there we go. No! No, they still don't get it! They still don't get it!
And what a denial by Frutella. Frutella, once they had the lead, would just deny, stop everything New Generation was doing in their track. What an opening game by Frutella right there.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely incredible from Frutella. That was like, I swore that they were on top of that checkpoint by the end there. Like, they got so incredibly close at that final push, and then it was like, okay, well, they're at least gonna pop it and get the crab back when it's expired. No, they still get down, and then they get wiped out. Like, there was no chance that they were coming back after that, unfortunately, for New Generation, but they were still able to put a very, very good push in, even if it wasn't able to come out. So we might still be able to see something from them in a different mode.
Yeah, but like, Slap, how does it feel when you go against a team that's a worse seed than yours? They're playing Dynamo, and it's your map pick, and they beat you like that. They didn't even get checkpoint. Right now, New Generation, they need to change things. They need to really adapt to what Frutella is cooking. And Frutella is a team that has created so many surprises lately that it's no longer a surprise. You know that their Dynamo is absolutely cracked, and that you have to be scared of it.
Yeah, no, like, it's gotta hurt. Like you said, they have a Dynamo on their team. You're the one that picked the map. You're the one that picked the mode. Like, it's really gotta hurt to lose that game. And you're like, the bracket mentality right now of just like, oh, we lost on our pick. Like, that genuinely is demotivating when you're in a tournament. But it's never the end. You know, that could just spur you on even further. That makes you think, what can they do better? How can they change their team? How can they change their tactics? What can they change to get into this? And right now, they are changing the map and the mode. And hopefully that this Zones map is going to help them out.
I mean, going to Mako here, it's a map mode that everybody knows. It's a map mode that New Generation, you can expect them to be comfortable on it. It's also a map where you can expect the Dynamo to come back. And I want to see more Dynamo, so I'm happy.
Honestly, I love the Dynamo play right now. It's one of those weapons that you rarely see, but it's just so great to see because it's just this big, heavy, bulky weapon that, like, every single time I see him lift up that hammer, I call it a hammer, even though it's not a hammer. Like, it resembles more of an Ultra Stamp to me than a roller. But, like, they bring it up and it's like, okay, this is going to take 10 years to swing down. They're going to get shot before it happens. Like...
It's the weapon you really want to see succeed, but you don't want to play it yourself because it's so hard to get any result.
Yeah, no, exactly. But the one reason why I do like it as well, I feel like it's a very good support weapon when you think about it because it toughs so much. It's so quick at getting that special up, and then you just chuck a soda out for your team.
Yeah. So a reminder to people watching, this is not a counter pick system. This is a picnic system. We are going to map modes that were chosen in advance by the teams, and Macazones was chosen by Frutella, even though they won the previous game. It's still their map mode, yeah.
Okay, I understand now.
Yeah.
I love the term for that, picnic. That's a really good term for map selection.
I mean, we should call it the Sendu thing, to be honest.
No, we're calling it picnic.
Ooh.
Oh wow, okay,
And,
yeah, no. That is a little bit of a change,
Yeah. Double generation going with a double gal right there.
Yeah, no. Well, let's just see how well this works out. You know, the Gal is just like that weapon that you see everybody using just because it's good. It's a really just solid killing machine. It has a good special, it's got a good sub, you know, it's just a very, very solid weapon. That could be a little bit stagnant though if you try and use it a little bit too much, because it's a very good weapon to get counterplay on. But it's just looking right now that this weapon pick right now is working in the favor of New Generation, as they have taken the zone twice and are looking like they're not stopping.
Yeah, but both the gals are down, but New Generation keeping the zone right there. I think they're pushed back right now. Yes, Frutella is going to get the zone back, is going to get some momentum. Now it's their turn to score some points. Pelu with a Tri-Slosher again, getting one pick, trying to get another, and gets it. Frutella right there, dominating again.
Oh, was that a squid bag?
Yes, it was.
Yes, okay. I just didn't want to know if there was some secret movement tech I didn't know of. Look, the Dynamo's flanking! The Dynamo was flanking! It still is, look at it over there.
It's Andy. Andy's Dynamo always does that. Frutella not able... Okay, Frutella got the lead, but they're not able to keep the zone that much longer. New Generation is back in control and back into staggering. Frutella, the Crab Tank is deployed, but the Crab Tank falls way far away from the zone. And right now...
They're blocking it in with a wall, but they were still able to get the kills. What?
Okay!
That was insane!
Frutella just flipping it all, getting the wipeout, punishing New Generation completely. And right now the Dynamo absolutely being a menace under that ledge, forcing New Generation so far back to defend. And right now Frutella getting rid of their penalty, looking to extend their lead.
Maybe that was just like a Trojan crab tank. You know, it was fake. It was fake. You had the other team members just in there ready to capitalize on that poorly used crab tank. That was absolutely insane. However, they're unable to keep control of this zone, but look at how many points they got down. That is quite a deficit from what we saw before. And let's just see if New Generation are able to get back into this.
Nope.
Even though it looks like they're very staggered right now. Oh, and another wipeout. Frutella is playing so well this game.
Frutella continues the onslaught, and the New Generation really needs an answer right now. They have 2 minutes to find it. They at least managed to stop the Tri-Slosher, but Andy with the flank again, right behind you.
One call out I never thought I'd hear from anyone is Dynamo behind. And like that must be ringing through the ears of New Generation right now.
Yeah, that Dynamo is everywhere. A New Generation back on the zone, trying to paint right there, not applying penalty yet. Okay, able to get it right now. Frutella not completely out of mid. Andy is surrounded though, and now it's back to spawn. New Generation, they can breathe a bit. They put all of Frutella back into their spawn. So now it's time to try to hold a bit longer. If they manage to get a good defense there, they get that lead back.
You know, they are doing a very, very good job right now at just holding everybody back and getting some staggering Frutella before they can come out again. Oh, but there we go. Lovely use of the crab tank there from Punch. But they do lose the lead, in fact, but they now pushing in with this Soda, dodging every single shot from that Ink Shot. Not Ink Shot, Inkzooka, sorry.
Yeah.
And there we go. They are still going down, and it looks like New Generation should be taking this.
It really took one good push on the zone, one good defense, and the Frutella spawn, and New Generation got back all the points that Frutella had put on them, and then got the KO.
That was insane. Like,
yeah.
that was just a very, very clean game from both teams. Both teams there played incredible. You had Frutella doing what they always do, just absolutely blowing us away with that amazing Dynamo Roller.
Mhm.
And they were still doing a very good job at pushing New Generation straight back into their spawn, straight back into their own half, and just keeping them there. But it was New Generation who was able to come on top, as they were the ones. Sorry, I just had to laugh at that squid bagging there. But maybe that was their downfall. They got a little bit too cocky, and they just got pushed back way too hard there by New Generation, and they were just able to keep the zone until that timer ticked down to 0.
I feel like way until half of that game, New Generation was still trying to underestimate Frutella and not use all the tricks they had, not pay complete attention, let the flanks happen. But then they managed to get that wipe, they managed to get that momentum, and from then on they knew, okay, this is how we need to respect all these two slushers and that Dynamo. We need to pay attention to that crab, because even if we pay attention, that crab is going to get splat after splat. And really, New Generation learning to dodge what Frutella is playing. Frutella with like such a weird composition that has to surprise even the most advanced teams. And right now, we are going to Mincemeat Clamblitz.
The new Mincemeat Clamblitz.
Yes.
The new Mincemeat. TM. New.
It has
Which
a ramp
isn't
now.
new whatsoever. Whoa, a ramp? That changes everything.
Yeah, I mean, the block in the middle of a map changes a lot of how do you play in mid. Let's be honest. Not that much, not enough, but it's honestly a much better map, and I'd love to see how it's played right now by these teams.
Oh, okay. They have changed up composition once again. Now we're just going to be seeing the 96 gal, come out for Frutella, but then we're also seeing another 96 gal come out for New Generation, and the pencil.
Yeah, Ulysse played the pencil before it was cool. Ulysse played the pencil. At the time, everybody was saying, why are they playing pencil? That doesn't make sense. Why do they want a tacticaler and why on a backline? And Ulysse showed that it was viable before it became dominating. And
I wish it was still that way.
no, it's a fun weapon.
No, I know, I love the pencil. I love the pencil a lot. But now, right now, all we're looking right now is that New Generation is very staggered for clams. They have no economy going whatsoever. They are in debt. Whereas New Generation right now are just building it up. Oh, no, sorry. Frutella are the ones building it up, sorry. But somebody does go down on their team and they lose half of them.
Yeah, that's a lot of half, and now no more clams for Frutella. That's how it goes if you take that amount of risk, and both Krakens just swimming around, not getting much right now, and both teams back to the drawing board. But New Generation are holding that control of the map. The whole map is orange right now, and we see all the clams going New Generation's way.
You know, New Generation are doing very well on this map. We saw right at the start that they were just able to get a power clam, and although that didn't go anywhere, they're just very good at picking up the clams, getting that power clam made. Even if it is showing where you are on the map there, you're playing backline anyway as Ubisi. So, like, you're not really going to be pushing in all too much until you have to throw that power clam in, and even then you can pass it. So I feel like, look at them right now, what they're doing. They're just breaking out those killer whales. Very good pass up there, but no, they fall down instead of going for it.
Oh yeah, the crab tank ends that push completely with 2 picks, and that super clam is going to expire right there. King getting the pick with the Zuka, but only 1 pick right there. But oh, the Kraken coming in, but they don't have any clams on the side of Frutella. There's not going to be a push up of that.
Yeah, no, Frutella need to get these clams on their side right now. They need to look every single inch of this map just to get some clams. Look, Punch is pushing in, but they only have 6. Oh no, and there's a wipeout. They get the trade. Can Andy go in? And yes, they can. They get the power clam, but they just don't have the speed to get in as a Dynamo Roller. They are just too slow.
They didn't take the jump right there, but at least they're able to get in, open the score, and knowing Mincemeat, that is pretty good for Frutella.
Yeah, no, that is very good for Frutella. This is such a hard map to push in, because you either have to go round that really risky bit, round the right, or you can just try and run over the grate. And as we saw there, they just set up a wall, waited for the opportunity to, and they just ran through and chucked the power clam into the basket. And now they're sitting there at 20 points done. And now all they really have to do for 2 minutes now is just hang on to that.
all they have to do, and Pelu right there with the Kraken just keeping things busy. Oh wait, I didn't even see how that Super Clam came there, but I guess indeed Frutella back on the attack, keeping the Clam economy in their favor.
But, I was about to say, look at Toddy trying to come from behind, but there was Andy to stop that.
Yep, there was a Dynamo behind you again.
Honestly, you should not be able to sneak up on a Dynamo like that. Oh, and they throw another Power Clam in.
And now that's such a huge lead for Frutella. New Generation really struggling to get things going on there. Punch. Punch. Punch.
Look at Punch.
Right
Go.
there.
Another one.
And Frutella is doing whatever they want under New Generation's basket right now. And there's 1 minute left for New Generation to mount a push. They're going to need to really get map control, get as many clams as they can, and activate that Kraken after that. Right now, you don't have enough clams. Oh, that's the other Kraken, that's why.
This is very unfortunate right now for New Generation. As you can see, they tried to save that other pity clam they had before the other one spawned in, but Frutella were just killing them right there and then, so they had no chance to pick it up, and now you're only sitting with that one clam there. That you have enough clams on your side to be able to make another power clam, and all it would really take is 2 clams to get through, but there we go, Punch with another kill.
Yeah. Frutella is not stopping the picks. They are not stopping going forward, and it pays off for them so much. 20 seconds left on New Generation right now. They only have the Petty Clam. They have nothing other than that. Meanwhile, Frutella, they have all the Super Clams in the world.
they have 3. One of them's about to despawn, but look, they've still got 2 just chilling there. But one thing that New Generation does have right now is that map control. So divisive on a smaller map like this that you'll just be able to push in whenever you want. And there we go, they have 2 power clams. Let's see what they can do with it. Oh, 2 Krakens are out.
Activates the Kraken. Yeah, all the Krakens are coming, and it's going to be Yard getting the jumps under the basket. New Generation trying to get the clams in, but it's just 2 super clams. There was a Booyah Bomb at the landing. It's just King with the splatter shot. And that's going to be easy defense for Frutella right there.
That was very, very unfortunate. The last gasp that New Generation could muster fell short. That was so unfortunate to come from then. Oh, what did you think of that game, Pat?
I think that was such a... I mean, that game was all Frutella. Frutella was constantly running everywhere, getting the picks, getting the clams, and getting the momentum. New Generation, they waited. They waited for the opportunity for way too long. And that cost them in the end, because if you wait too much, they let Frutella seize every opportunity they could. And New Generation needs to be a bit more aggro if they want to beat that team. You have to fight them.
You know, as we saw at the end, though, they did have that really good push where they just threw all of the specials at the wall to push in. And that is what they need to do. They just needed to get that they need to get the Kraken out while they still had those power clams. And they just pushed in with that, and they were able to throw both of them in. Like, all it took was that one good push, and they almost had the game won. Like, they should have just been doing that for the entirety of that game. But they just kept getting staggered. They kept pushing in when they didn't need to with specials and just using them when they didn't have to. So it was really unfortunate to see that from them. But they were just... Oh, they were so close to getting that back at the end. They were so close. But Frutella were able to take that. And now let's see what happens when we go to tower control. And I'm really bad at remembering map names.
Hagglefish.
Hagglefish Market.
Hagglefish.
Hagglefish. How do I forget Hagglefish Market?
How could you?
I see like the tiny sliver of a map, and it feels like I'm playing GeoGuessr.
Well, it's Hagglefish. It's a classic. It's a map that's a good equalizer that allows so many different strategies to work. I feel like it's good for New Generation. Because it's like Dynamo loves the angles, loves the like non-flat stuff, and New Generation, if they bring back the pencil, if they bring back maybe the editor that I know Ulysse likes to use too, that's pretty good for them potentially.
Yeah, no, honestly, the theory crafting that we can do with weapons right now is definitely very good because we've just seen them break so much stuff out already. Like, we've seen them switch to pencil, we've seen switches to gals. You know, the sky's the limit when it comes to getting these different weapon picks in. So let's see what they're going to be pulling out right now for this.
Yeah, I really
the
love
range
to see-
blaster.
Ooh, yeah. Teams like that are able to adapt both to their opponents and to the map and the mode.
Oh
We
no,
see
and I just
such
realized it was
diversity.
Andy that switched.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is not a good Dynamo map, but this is a very, very good Inkjet map, so Andy, very right to switch to that blaster.
You know, very right in mind, not very right in heart. I wanted to see the Dynamo go all the way. Oh, look at Toadie coming from behind. Slurp has no idea, but they weren't able to get the kill.
And 3 down!
That was so
Frutella free the
unfortunate.
st- And Frutella gets the first push, gets that tower to that first checkpoint already. And then New Generation throwing the Booyah Bomb to slow things down. But right now, okay, Ulysse already pushing in and the Kraken is going to activate. This is the end of Frutella's push right there. It's pretty much a delayed wipe. The Zap saving the tactical level is going to be key for Frutella's defense.
You know, that was a very good jump as well because I just saw they did have that special. They had that
Yeah.
soda ready, and
Yeah.
jumping away with it is so much better than losing it.
Oh yes, for sure it is. And look at that, Frutella ready to defend, already pushing New Generations away. New Generation isn't even going to get to that first checkpoint.
You know, that was a very, very good stop there from New Generation. But now let's just see if they can try and just get back into this a little bit more as Frutella just try their best to stay on top. And now another soda comes out. God, my mind cannot think today. I'm very sorry.
Words are very hard, so you're fully forgiven.
It's my job as a caster. I have to say words. Like, oh well.
It's fine, Slap, it's fine. They can't fire us. We're on the mic right now. There's no one to replace you. So here we go. The New Generation getting onto the checkpoint right now and making some work onto it with that distraction on the opponent's stand. But oh, there was nobody left on the tower. Toadie is alone trying to get it, and it's 2 versus 2 right now, but the tower is coming back. New Generation is going to regroup. They didn't manage to get that checkpoint there, and they used so many resources trying to get it.
You know, but they are in the lead right now, and that's all you really need to do. Like, if you're in the mindset of New Generation right now, it is match point for you guys. You guys have to be in the lead. You have to stay in the lead if you want to win this. Like, they know what Frutella is capable of. So I think just getting that lead gives them that tiny little bit of peace in mind and just that little bit more of a hope to kick in and try and get this W so they can stay in this and get to a game 5.
Yeah, it's about maintaining that pressure, and right now we see trade after trade, both teams really going after each other, and Frutella managing to secure the tower. We're next to that checkpoint, but only next to the checkpoint. You need someone on the tower when the opponent has 2 players down. That's the opportunity to push, and Frutella is pushing right now. That's the punish on Yachts, and Frutella just a few points away from that lead. But again, you have to keep someone on the tower.
You know, literally 3 points away punch. You just need to stand on that for a couple seconds longer, and they do it!
What a dance. And you can tell they wanted that lead. They knew they couldn't get that checkpoint. They wanted that lead.
You know, and that is such a hard checkpoint to get past as well. Like you have so many vantage points if you're the defender to stop people from getting past that checkpoint. And also, both teams have really good specials to deal with displacing on that tower. So getting that lead there was pivotal for this game, and Frutella might just have it in the bag now.
Yeah, Frutella in a very good spot right there. Ulysse using the Kraken for New Generation. That's going to push Frutella away. That's going to allow all of New Generation to regroup, maybe. Oh, wait, no! Doesn't look like they're regrouping much because Frutella is punishing hard right now. 2 down onto New Generation, and Frutella 2 down, 2. Ooh, there are so many down, and Slurp back to that checkpoint. Frutella, they want to clear it now. If they clear it now, they have such an option on the game.
That was a very unfortunate jump there from the end, Sam. You just see them going down. But I feel like this is definitely going to be where they get past this checkpoint. Oh, wait, no.
Nope.
They stopped them. They stopped them. That's very good from New Generation. And now this is your last moment. This is your final chance to really get back into this. A trade happening there. Both teams having 2 players up. Toddy and Ulysses just need to push now. They just need to get that tiny little bit more map control. Keep talking about it because it's so pivotal in these moments, these final moments of the game where you just need to be able to push in that tiny little bit more. Neither teams really have any specials on the deck, except for there we go, the Ingsuka coming out. Can they get past this? Kraken going up. No, but they get pushed off. Only a couple seconds left.
That's a wipe. Frutella gets it by 1 single point. The Kraken getting bounced. What a way to end it, and Frutella is going to go to grand finals. Meanwhile, New Generation is relegated to losers final.
Oh, Pat, that was a beautiful end. That was so suspenseful. You could just tell what was going through the minds of New Generation and Frutella at the moment. Both of them were just begging, please, please, can we get this win? They were both so desperate. Only a single point was in it. That could have gone either way at the end there, but that was great from Frutella just to be able to clutch it out, get the wipe out when they need to, and just very, very good play there from Frutella. But not to knock down New Generation as well. They almost had that. And with how good that we know Frutella are, like, New Generation did have it stacked against them.
This was such a close set. I mean, it was decided by 1 point. Both teams were defending so tough. Checkpoint was never broken. And it was so even, so back and forth. We had 4 good games between these two teams, but it has to end at some point. Frutella getting in 3-2-1 advances into grand finals after beating scene number 1, then scene number 2.
Yeah,
New Generation.
Look at that.
Yeah, that was by nothing, by just punch dancing on the tower for a split second longer.
And things, I just want to point out how well they were playing that there. They literally got on it, they danced for a little bit on the tower, got it just down to 64, and then was like, okay, I'm going to wait for a second, because they think I've just ran off now because they're pressuring me. And then just before the tower could move back and start going, oh, we've lost the tower, they stood on it once more and were able to get the points that they needed. That was great play from them.
Yeah, that was great play indeed, and that's going to be a break that we take with Winners Bracket, because now, Slap, we're going to watch what's happening in Losers, where all the confused and all the people that Frutella has put down to get there are now fighting to get the revenge.
Ooh. Oh, I can't wait to see it. Losers Bracket is so fun to watch because you just know that both teams are feeling that adrenaline and that pressure of, oh god, this is our last chance, huh? You know, like both teams know that it's time to put all the cards out, put it all on the line just to get this one win, to carry on going further and further in a losers run. It's so beautiful to watch and I cannot wait to get into it.
Yeah, well, we're getting to it right after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back. We are now in Losers Bracket, deep into Losers Bracket. We are not yet so far, but we are going to see a rematch between Sleep Deprived and Hazard. Yes, Hazard put Sleep Deprived into Losers Bracket, free to chew, but then they fell themselves later, and now they have to face each other again. So will this be Hazard sealing the deal and showing Sleep Deprived who's boss, or will it be Sleep Deprived getting revenge and booting Hazard out of the tournament? It's going to be especially brutal since this is Losers Bracket. This is best of 3, and this is starting between these two teams. And here we go. I mean, we see the pencil coming on the side of Sleep Deprived. Meanwhile, Hazard no backline. I love that Kirby is bringing that range, that Rapid Blast to Pro Deco. But we are still waiting for Slap, who went to go get some water, I hope, and they'll be back soon. But right now, Hazard is not wasting any time. The game is starting for them, and they are pushing Sleep Deprived away. It's going to be Clam collecting and painting all red, then get activating the Scrap Tank, and pushing all of Sleep Deprived back in their spawn. And right now, Hazard they keep going. They maintain that aggro. They get this. Oh, they get in there. Getting the pick is going to get punished finally. Sleep Deprived 2 down, though they're still struggling to get that defense. And it looks like Hazard, with 2 players down, not able to open that basket, not able to keep these clams. The Tacticooler doesn't save your clams yet. That's going to be a buff that Nintendo could put. But right now, Sleep Deprived able to get away from their spawn, able to cancel everything that Hazard was doing, and I need to breathe. And right now, Sleep Deprived trying to attack, but they get behind them with the Julies, getting the wipe out! And Sleep Deprived back into defensive mode, trying to get Danget out of here, but Danget's so dangerous with a crab tank. The basket is going to get open right now, and that's already 60 points right away for Hazard. And it's not over. Whoa.
Oh, we have that entire break to go to the toilet, and I choose as soon as the game actually starts to go to the toilet. That's great timing from me, but I'm back now. Hello,
You
everybody.
only missed 70 points!
I only missed 70 points within like how much time? A minute. It's far. Yeah, no, that is my bad. That is my bad, everybody. we were in break for a bit, and I was like, yeah, no, I've got time. I did not have time.
You're really trying to get fired, aren't you?
No, I'm not trying to get fired. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. But it looks like I haven't missed too much except for 70 points. But now Sleep Deprived were able to get that push there, although it was instantly stunted. And now we have Hazard once again on the offensive, even though Sleep Deprived are pushing straight back in.
Yeah, Sleep Deprived got to the basket, managed to open the score, but in the end, all they did was give a Super Clam to Hazard, and you don't want to give a Super Clam to Hazard given how far they've been able to get into the opponent's territory so far. Hazard is back in control, back into mid and fighting all they can. Right now it's 2 down. Hunt to Sleep Deprived again, and Hazard looking to go forward. Zyvox trying to get that Super Clam into the basket, but so far no good opening for Sleep Deprived. Hazard still trying to get it.
Is that when you're that pencil, you're just constantly looking at where that power clam is. You're just constantly focused on them. You can see where they are at all times, and even when they were behind cover at that block there, they were still just hunting you down, and you had no chance to push in without specials. And Sleep Deprived were able to pop their specials off first and do. And I think they're counter pushing right now. They're just trying to get the clams to be able to do so.
Nope.
Yeah, there we go. They finally do get the clams, but it's all for naught.
Yeah, Sleep Deprived have the clams, but Hazard has the momentum right now on that pick onto the 52. Danget is really on fire tonight, and 2 down again. Rose with a tri-slasher evening the score right there. Well, the numbers of players at least. Hazard is not able to extend their score, but Sleep Deprived is still defending, and they have a minute to get a huge push onto Hazard.
You know, things like they do have that power clam, so it is still all to play for. But as we see, 2 of them have already gone down there in mid, and it's looking like that this is firmly going to be a Sleep Deprived, a Hazard game 1.
Yeah, Hazard maintaining the aggro, but there's still 40 seconds left, and Sleep Deprived still have 2 Super Clams that are ready, but Daki right there with the 52 right under there, and oh, it's just the pencil. Hazard looking to extend their lead. There isn't any penalty left for them. They're gonna get some more, and they're looking at a KO right now. They just need 2 more Clam Slap.
Oh my god, it is electric, but there we go. Sleep Deprived able to get that splat there. They're going to be getting 1 more pity clam right at the back there, just for when they need to push in, but no, they don't get any sustainable push going right now. Let's just see if they can push in. Okay, there we go. They pop that rain.
Ooh.
Let's see what they can do.
Oh, but 1 down. They only have 3 players. Okay, they managed to get the 2 Super Clams in, but you need much more than that right now, and all of Sleep Deprived is back in their spawn. They won't have the time to get back to a basket. Hazard takes game number 1.
You know, okay, I didn't even get to see what happened, but right at the start, that was really, Really, really good plays coming out. And, you know, they just carried on with that lead and they pushed it literally as far as the lead could go. Only 2 clams they needed to win. So yeah, I can't wait to see this instant replay so I can actually see how they won. Yay,
Yeah,
there we go.
That was such moves by Hazard. Hazard really going all around Sleep Deprived, maintaining the fights in their favor. And Sleep Deprived, they really struggled to push. They really struggled to stay on the map.
You know, see, look, basically everybody of Hazard is going down there. Like, I genuinely wonder how they got in. Because look, Sleep Deprived firmly in this game right now. As you can see from the instant replays. But there we go. Hazard just were able to turn it on them in an instant, flipping the switch of this game, getting that wipeout. And then there we go. Clams, everything going in. That was absolutely incredible coming out from them. Just to flip that team fight there in mid. And then that wipeout is what gave them the chance to win.
Yeah, Hazard really pushing on their advantage. And it was really dang it with the Julies. Every time Hazard had something going, any kind of momentum, the clams, the map, Danget would be in there, in the face of Sleep Deprived, getting the flanks, getting in their spawn, and maintaining the fight, so that Sleep Deprived was so much on the back foot and struggling to keep up. But right there, we are now going to Rainmaker on to Museum de Alfonsino. Very different map, very different dynamic, and an opportunity for Sleep Deprived to really reset their mind, because right now they need to win this.
Yeah, no, come on, they definitely do now. And then, look, it's best of 3 as well. Like, that changes this game instantly. The fact that it's now best of 3.
Yeah, just best of 3. Losers goes home. This is losers bracket. This is do or die, and Hazard looking to seal the deal. And given how aggro they played, given how they played for the splat, if you get the splats on Rainmaker, you can just not allow the opponent's Rainmaker from moving at all. So let's see if they are able to do that. And we see the Elite coming on the side of Sleep Deprived.
Yeah, no, I feel like this is when you just have to throw everything at the wall, and Elite as well.
I mean, it's one shot. One shot can do it with the Elite. I trust.
I do.
Ooh, and look at that! Look at that opening.
It is all going very well. 3 of them down, and there we go. Rainmaker only in that checkpoint there. Boom. What a push right to start us off. And are we going to get something else already? 3 of them still down by Hazard. They are incredibly staggered right now.
And what a continuation! Sleep Deprived just going forward and getting in the first 30 seconds, 87 points. What an opening. That's how you reverse the momentum. That's how you first force Hazard to think twice about attacking you. And right now, Sleep Deprived, they managed to really show who is boss, and this is a very, very good game for them. But it's just the start of this game. Now it's 4 more minutes.
Yeah, no, you have to hold this lead for 4 whole minutes. And considering what happened last game, it looks like all it really needs is for Hazard to get that one opportunity to get in.
Yeah, it's about getting that opportunity, and that's where the Elite shine. Elite is not so good at pushing, but if the Elite is holding the Rainmaker, it's fine. But now the Elite is so powerful to force. Yeah, nothing can happen from your opponent if the Elite is looking at you, and one shot is showing why right there. Just stopping Hazard in their track. Hazard still able to get that checkpoint at least.
Even still, we are seeing some amazing snipes coming out right now. That E-leader is putting in so much work for Sleep Deprived.
Yeah, very nice work. Hazard still in there, still able to get the fights, and getting that checkpoint is very important for them, because now they have 3 minutes just to, if they find one wipeout in the 3 minutes that are left in that game, they can get that lead back so fast.
Yeah, no, and there we go. The Rainmaker is just completely stuck in mid right now. Both of them are just fighting their hearts out right here. There we go. 2 go down for Hazard though, and they do have the soda up though, so we could be seeing them as quickly as we just saw them leave. But no, More people are going down for each side. There we go. 2 down now for Hazard, but the crab has come out, and 3 down for Sleep Deprived. Then we got a wipeout as well. There we go. Hazard now can make a push of a lifetime and try and just get that down.
Yeah. And now is the 52 and the Julies going far into the opponent's spawn, trying to keep Sleep Deprived locked in their spawn so that the rest of Hazard can take their time. They didn't grab the Rainmaker, they elect to reset it. That's going to be a lot of time loss. And that Tacticula that they put is right now, like lots of time is wasted trying to pop that shield. And look at that, they have 2 players down now. It's no longer a Hazard push.
Yeah, no, that was a rather weird choice there to try and just get in there and just to you know. That was a weird choice to not pick up the Rainmaker, that's what I'm trying to say. That was very, very weird. But yeah, no, nothing's really coming out from it. They get the Soda down again, but they just keep getting staggered now.
And Hazard struggling right now. It's just Kirby trying to get away, but it's a delayed wipe, and Sleep Deprived is now pushing again, and we know what they can do when they push. They don't even need the points right now, and they are going slowly but surely, maintaining that push going, and one shot trying to get even more points from that, but they don't even need to push. They just need to keep that pressure.
Yeah, no, exactly. They do try and jump in there, probably as a last-ditch effort because they saw the rest of their team going down. But 1 minute left, and Hazard now, they have a monumental mountain to climb.
Yeah. Yeah, Sleep Deprived is in a very good spot to get that game number 3, but Hazard hasn't given up yet. And Rose just stopping the Rainmaker right there. It's just Zyvox with the zap, and you know you want to keep that zap, you want to keep that Tacticula. Zyvox getting picked there. Will Hazard be able to capitalize on that cooler and still get in, then get able to at least get a trade right there? Sleep Deprived grabs the Rainmaker and just puts it in the most awkward spot they can.
Yeah, no, they just shoved it there in the corner, and if the killer well didn't happen, that would have probably been game end right there.
Yeah.
But now all Hazard have to do is just pop this Rainmaker within this 10 seconds, and then they could still have that tiny little bit of a counter push. Maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to come back with it. There we go. They grab the Rainmaker, and now this is their definitive last stand. Crab comes out. Pat, you carry on. Go on.
The Crab Tank is going, and they get a pick, but Bazooka is going to stop Hazard in their track. We are going to game 3, Slap.
We are going to game 3 indeed, Pat. I thought a lot more was going to be happening at the end of that game there, but no, all it took was just one shot from that Ingzuka, and your entire push is over. So there we go. We are going to be going to game 3, and that was a definitive game from Sleep Deprived.
Yeah, and both of these teams really had each other. Both of these teams had their own map, had their own mode, where they were really dominating, getting that huge lead at the start. But now we are going to see the tiebreaker, the one to decide it all. That's going to be the final game one of these two teams play tonight, and it's going to be on Macomart with Tower Control.
Yeah, this definitely sounds like a very good map. You know, Macomart, everybody loves Macomart. I don't know a person that doesn't like Macomart. However, Tower Control is tricky. It is a very tricky map to play around for Tower Control, just because of where the checkpoints are situated. It's the same as Hagglefish, where you've just got that one checkpoint that has so many vantage points for the defenders to attack on. Like, it's so hard to get through the checkpoints and get knockouts on this. So the further you can push, it's definitely going to help.
Yeah.
Like with some maps, it's just, okay, yeah, get from one checkpoint to another. That's it. There's no too much thinking about it. But with a map like this, it's like, okay, if you can just somehow get past that checkpoint, you're basically golden. It's so harder to it's so much easier, to snowball on this map and just keep going and going, and then you get the win just from one single push.
That map really has two rhythms. Before the first checkpoint, where it's so slow, where you want to keep your team alive so you can get past the checkpoint, and then it's snowball time. It is fast time, and then the defense really has to struggle to make sure that nothing happens. We'll see how these teams play here. Lots of things could happen. These two teams have lots of depth in their roster, lots of things they could do. Can't wait to see how they go, but yeah, Tower Control and Mako is a funny one, and always it's also like, even though if you get past that checkpoint, you have a very good option on victory. The opponent can get a comeback pretty easily if they do the same. One shot bringing the Elita back, can't blame them. Meanwhile, Kirby bringing the Vanilla Blaster, love it.
Oh yeah, no. I wonder how this V-Blast is going to look. I believe they just wanted that bubble, and that's like the most comfortable weapon that they could choose that had the bubble in it. So yeah, this is definitely going to be very good to see. I feel like this Elita is going to get a lot more of a chance to shine as well. They were already doing absolutely incredible last map, but look at that. There we go. Already coming out to play.
Already coming out, and right now both teams are just fighting for mid.
Oh, look at the dualies there.
Oh yeah, and Dangat going on the Elita. Elita able to jump out, and Crimnothi punishing the Crab Tank. Sleep Deprived getting the best of that engagement, but right now teams are still fighting for mid, and Kirby with the blaster punishes, and now Tower is moving for Hazard.
You know, that was a very unfortunate jump there, literally dying in the sky.
Yeah.
And now here we go. So you get to that first checkpoint there. This is the one that's kind of easy to get through. You know, you're situated a little bit back, but that is not going to stop an Inkzooka shot from chopping you down. And now Kirby there, the only one left at the tower, really, as they wait for their teammates to jump back in.
Yeah, and right now it looks like Sleep Deprived is kind of able to clean up their side of the map. Hazard back into mid, though, ready for the fight, waiting for Sleep Deprived to try to make a move. The Tacticular is active, and we're gonna see Hazard run and then try to get a few trades.
Dangat loves doing that jump, like doing the Squid Surge off of the stack. But now let's go. There we go. Only one is left up for Sleep Deprived. This is where Hazard has to push now.
Yeah, and Dangat is marked with a point sensor, but doesn't mind at all. Is going to move forward, and that's going to be checkpoint 1 for Hazard, and Hazard is now into snowball territory. Hazard just need to stay on tower a bit longer, and it's just one shot with the Elita. Hazard right there with a bubble, doesn't mind that sniper at all. They get to checkpoint 2.
Yeah, no, this is like, once, as you said, snowball territory. This is what you need to do if you want to win on this map. There we go. They're through checkpoint. They're through checkpoint 2. That's basically. I think that's game. That is basically game. Mentally for me. If I'm playing on this map in ranked or in a tournament, that's game. That's game. I wholly believe that we have won now. But it is still all to play for. You never know what you're going to be able to see. We can definitely see Sleep Deprived do the exact same thing. We can see them push. We know they have the capacity to.
Yeah, as you said, it's so hard to get back from it. Sleep Deprived are going to need all that they can. The tower is coming back slowly into mid. Sleep Deprived trying to, punish Dangat. You have to punish Dangat before you can do anything else against that team. But right now, Hazard is back on the attack. Daki is trying to get something going, but the splash wall is not going to be enough. Sleep Deprived getting 2 down, are going to advance to the checkpoint at least, and Rose is behind them. Rose is able to get 1 pick, maybe 2. Oh no, Rose is punished.
Yeah, no, that was a good little flank there, but as soon as you get found out, that's when you're just going straight down. Like, that was very, very unfortunate. It was good that they were able to get a pick though, and what a pick there from Dangat again, doing very well on this map.
There is so much Elita bullying right now by Hazard. They really don't want that Elita to be able to do much to protect the team. And Hazard, that's all they need to do. They need to make sure that Sleep Deprived cannot stay comfortable. But right now, Sleep Deprived is very much comfortable. They have 2 down onto Hazard. They are already going in, and it's their turn to get that checkpoint. It looks like they're going to get it this time.
You know, there we go. They do get through the checkpoint, as you say, and they're just trying to get even further. Let's see if the crab can do anything. It comes out and it goes away just as quick. And there we go. They're straight back on that tower. Inkzooka fires 1 shot straight into the pole.
Dangat traded behind the tower, and right now Sleep Deprived is looking to get to that second checkpoint. They need to get the second checkpoint as well with just 45 seconds. This is their best push so far, and they are getting it. They're getting that second checkpoint too, but with 3 players down, Hazard is pushing them away. That's a delayed warp. Sleep Deprived now, they need to regroup to assemble a last second push.
Yeah, I was about to say that was a little bit foolish of Crimothy to just run in there when all of their team was down. They were staggered. But no, what a push. Getting a few picks. There we go. This is all for them to play for. You have 20 seconds left on the clock, but that is just enough time to get into overtime and get past the lead. Although people are dying over there on the tower, you still need to be pushing it. There we go. Ingzuka comes out, but everyone on the left is getting splattered. They're getting picked down, and there we go. Here comes that crab trying to just place you off of that tower, firing that AoE explosion. And there we go. Hazard are able to swipe this game away right at the end.
The Crab Tank cleaning up the tower and giving the win to Hazard. Both of these teams so close, but Hazard, for the second time against Sleep Deprived, able to get the W, able to advance and stay in that bracket. They're going to go for what I think we're going to follow them. Yes, they are going into losers finals against New Generation.
Yeah, no, all the way to losers finals. That was really good. Who won? So they faced in winner's side, didn't they? These two teams, Hazard and Sleep Deprived, they've already faced in winners.
They faced in winner's side, and New Generation 3-0'd Hazard.
Ooh,
So
okay.
it's going to be a tough one for Hazard, but Hazard has shown some resilience. We'll see how they're able to do right after this very short break slap.
Yes, and this time I won't disappear and come back late, I promise.
I believe you. And welcome back to Paddling Pool 252. We are now in losers finals. This is top 3, and these two teams, they fought in winners bracket too. New Generation put Hazard back in losers bracket, and now Hazard, they're coming for revenge. They want to get it back, but it's going to be pretty tough. New Generation beat them 3-0 in winners. Now we're going to start on Rainmaker Inkblot Art Academy. I am Pat, again with Slap. Hopefully Slap, you're here. And we're gonna watch.
Okay, no, I was just being silent there to scare you. Don't worry, guys. I am here, and I am very ready to see this losers finals.
Yeah, this is going to come. These two teams, I mean, we've seen both of these teams in this tournament. We have seen lots of good plays between these two teams. It's going to be a fun one. I can't wait. And Inkblot Rainmaker, I wonder who chose this map mode between the two teams. Okay, it's been chosen by Hazard. And honestly, we've seen Hazard play on Inkblot a bunch, and I understand why. They're really, really dangerous there.
Yeah, no, it definitely seems like their team composition like heavily favors themselves on this map, just because of like how you can get around using that left side, or you can just try and get around like going onto the top there. They definitely do have a lot of vantage points to get there. However, it is still very all to play for either side.
Yep, and we are going to start. No backline at all. The longest range is that rapid blast blow that's coming with the vacuum. I love to see a good vacuum, especially in Rainmaker.
Yeah, no, honestly, I love Vacuum. Vacuum is one of my favorite specials. Well, they're already going for this checkpoint here. I can't even talk about Vacuum at the moment as they are too busy pushing.
Yeah, that's a very good first push by New Generation. Look at that, Ulysse with the zap, not wasting any time, already going to bats. Meanwhile, Daki is completely surrounded, has to move away. The repop of the Rainmaker is going to go to Hazard, but New Generation got the checkpoint right away, and they're back on the attack right there.
Yeah, no, but a push that was a little bit too preemptive, but look at that, an Inkzuka shot, putting all of your plans out of action. As there we go, King pushing in again and getting that all the way down to 38 points.
Yeah, and that crab tank by Yachts is allowing the rest of New Generation to come back right there, but Hazard finally back on the attack, able at least to push New Generation back into mid. They let the Rainmaker reset. That's going to be a huge amount of time again, but now if they get that pump, they should be able to attack.
Yeah, no, also, I just want to point out something that Hazard's been doing a lot this game. They've been pushing in when they don't need to. Like, one player has just been going straight in. Like, the two culprits are standing right there next to each other. both of those two players, I feel
repeat
like...
offenders.
The repeat offenders who push in a little bit too much when they don't need to. But here we go. Let's see if Hazard are able to come back. No, they lose the Rainmaker before they can get that checkpoint. That checkpoint is so, like, easy to get. It can just snowball instantly. But as we can see, tons of people are just going down for Hazard, and as they are completely cleared from mid.
Yeah. And New Generation, on the other hand, really staying around their Rainmaker, making sure that Rainmaker can be as safe as they can. Meanwhile, Hazard trying to push in, gets punished for it, and now New Generation is back on the attack. 3 versus 2, Zymax is going to go back to spawn, and it looks like New Generation grabs the Rainmaker again, is going to attack again, but now Hazard, they have at least good defense of their own bats, so they should be able to defend this.
Yeah, no, they've got so many specials that they could pop on the go just from hanging back. I just heard a soda come out, but I believe that is for the other team.
Yeah.
So let's just see how they can put that. And there we go, the crab as well. I feel like they've hung back a little bit too much right now. Like, they do still kind of need to push in a little bit. They just need to stagger them a little bit more, which they did have. And there we go, the crab was built there, and they're using that. But nobody's going down for either team. It's kind of stagnant at the moment, but there we go. Somebody, look, Daiki again, pushing in when they don't need to and getting taken down, and that leaves them with only 3 people up to defend that push that could be incoming, but they were able to recover just then.
Both of his teams playing the game of patience right now. Hazard being patient enough, and that's going to profit them. They are able to push Generation get away. King is going to get a trade though. That's pretty good. That's going to slow whatever Hazard wants to do right now. Hazard is still struggling to get out of their platform.
Oh, look at Daki round there. You know they want to just push in again, and they do.
Yeah.
They take down the crab, but they do trade for it. But that was still a very good pick there on the crab, even if they went down for it.
And the rest of Hazard playing patient, waiting for Daki to come back. The vacuum is deployed. He's maybe going to find something, but he's not going to find much now that the Rainmaker is popped, and it looks like New Generation is back on the attack. Ulyss is running in with that Rainmaker, and that's going to be even more points right now. 16, so close to the final goal, so close to the KO, and Yachts sharking there might not be found.
You know, that is a very, very good spot. Very city. They could just jump out at any moment at a moment's notice. That blaster almost made them come out. And there we go. They jump out. Do they get anybody?
Yachts not able.
Oh, they're just jumping around.
Able to get there. Yeah, just creating diversion, forcing Hazard to look back. Hazard has numbers advantage, but they're not able to go forward if they're looking behind them. And right now, New Generation has the time to get back to throw a few bombs, so that Hazard is struggling to push again.
Let's go. Oh, and the one person that you didn't want to trade in that situation trades. The Rainmaker goes down. That just stunts your push that tiny little bit more. Yeah, there's somebody else behind that, and they do get a trade, unfortunately. But now Hazard, with 2 seconds remaining, push it into overtime. And let's see if they can get round and get at least this checkpoint.
That's last push for Hazard right now. They have to get in. They have to get that checkpoint. That's done. Not losing any player in the process is very, very good too. That could be a very good push for Hazard, but New Generation, they only need to stop the Rainmaker once to end Hazard's dream right there. And that's 2 down on New Generation.
King's shocking! King's shocking! He gets out!
King is able to get it!
You could just see King there in the corner. King was waiting. They were salivating at the mouth. They were hungry for that Rainmaker, and they were able to find it just when they needed to. That was great.
2 players down, and Hazard had a pathway, but it only takes one guy sharking there and getting that one pick on the Rainmaker to end it. New Generation gets that game number 1, and outside of that overtime, New Generation was in control of that game.
Yeah, no, I cannot dispute that whatsoever. New Generation were firmly in the driver's seat of this game. As soon as you see that first push there, 53 points down. And then look at that, they just continued to hold mid, they continued to hold the Rainmaker, and they just continued to just steer the speed of this game. And that's not what you want to do if you're Hazard. And as we saw right at the end there, they did have the capacity to push, but they just couldn't find anything. And when it mattered most, you still just had that one person there. You had King right there, sharking that entire time. You just couldn't find him. You just couldn't find him whatsoever. And there we go. They push in. Bam, they get one person down, and then they get the Rainmaker.
It's really that patience that paid off for King right there, and for New Generation. During that whole game, they really waited, biding their time. Even when they had numbers advantage, they made sure to wait for the exact good moment to push. But now we're gonna go to a more classic one, Slap. We're going to Hagglefish Zones.
This, I've said it before on this stream, and I'm going to say it again. I feel like this is the most neutral map in the game. This is the most fundies-based game, fundamentals. This is where it's just team versus team. I don't feel like any gimmicks really come out properly on this map. Like, there's no chance to re-for it, because you just have that zone directly in the middle, then you've got the two sides that you can go around, and that's it.
Yeah, it's really about that zone, about taking that zone, getting ahead of that zone so you can keep that control as long as you can, moving forward, moving back. There's so much back and forth on this map, and honestly, I'm never bored of watching it. It's always, in every tournament, you're gonna see a Hagglefish zone, but there's a reason for that, and it's always a treat.
Yeah, no, it is always lovely. So let's just see if that word that you used last game that I love, by the way, patience. Patience is what definitely won that last game for New Generation. So let's see if Hazard can calm down a bit, stay a bit more focused, and just try and win those team fights instead of pushing in like they were before.
Yeah, and new game, new Rapid Blaster Pro for Hazard. It's the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. That's honestly a pretty good option if you want to be able to pressure that backline that New Generation has. Having the Killer Whale and the Dart can really create a bit of threats, but right now New Generation doesn't really mind. They go forward, they get so many picks, and now they're going to get that lockdown.
Yeah, no, they just instantly get that zone straight back, even though 6 points have gone down for them. You know, New Generation just absolutely perfect at pushing in. And there you go. You didn't want to pop the crab there because you were going to be so immobile while the Killer Whale was out, and you were already low. That was a very good shot there coming out from the pencil.
Yeah, New Generation staying in control, getting more and more, and with 40 points left, Hazard are going to need to get in there, but Daki with a 52 able to at least paint the zone, neutralize it. Hazard is on the zone but not able to get that penalty yet, and they have 2 players down. One of them only can paint and they fall down. It's back to spawn on New Generation, looking to get a very, very quick KO right there. Another Tacticular to seal the deal. Will Denget have even the time to do anything? It's too late, and it's 2-0 for New Generation.
Yeah, no, that could have been saved there if they were able to get the pick on the pencil there and just react in time with the crab, but unfortunately, no. What a steamroll of a game coming out from New Generation. Massive props there to the veteran pencil user, Ulysses, who you have told me has been using that weapon right from the start. It is very evident. You could just see how many shots they were getting off, how many splats they were getting, and it was just so pivotal in keeping that zone in New Generation's favor. What a snowball of a game, Pat.
Yeah, you said it yourself before. It's team versus team. And here we saw one team in full control and the other struggling to move forward, as one struggling to use their special in safe spots, failing to coordinate, and a New Generation really establishing dominance right there. Hazard, it's not over for them yet, but they're in a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, no, a very tough spot indeed. You're already 2 games down, and that last game was very, very, very decisive for New Generation. So Hazard just needs to pick the ball up a little bit and start rolling, or it's going to get stopped and popped right in their tracks.
Yeah, and we're going to go play some Clam Blitz on Crableg Capital. I expect to see the pencil come back. The pencil's gonna come back. And that's going to be a tough one for Hazard if the pencil comes back.
Oh, you know, very, very tough. And sorry for stepping over your words a little tiny bit there. But it's bound to happen with Discord at some point. I'm very surprised that we haven't done that yet before, but
yeah, we're doing okay.
Yeah, no, we are doing okay. You know, this is Top Cut. This is finals. You know, we have to be perfect. Even though I have not been having the greatest showing so far, with coming back a little bit late and then stepping over my words sometimes. But I promise you, I am trying my best. But here we are, the final game, Clam Blitz. You know, I don't know if you ever want Clam Blitz to be the final deciding game.
I mean, Hazard doesn't want it to be the final deciding game. They want more games to come, but New Generation probably wants to end it right there. We see Yachts coming with the 96 deco. I wonder why they bring the 96 deco for Clam Blitz. I wonder why.
I wonder what will happen when they press the right stick down when they fill up the special bar. I do wonder indeed.
Anything could happen, especially if there's a Tacticular on the map and that everybody can jump in with no problem.
Yeah, no, but it looks like people are just going down. Like, slight few picks are happening, just staggering that economy and staggering that crab right there. Look at them go down.
Yep.
And there we go. 2 people are down now for Hazard. This is all for New Generation to just gather some clams up and push in. There we go. King is able to go down, and there we go. Here comes the Kraken.
The Kraken is coming. There's a Super Clam, but the Kraken has to go back to save that Super Clam from death. Very good answer by Hazard. If you want to prevent the Super Jump, that's how you do it. Just run at the Super Clam and flat them. But New Generation still able to open the basket because in the meantime they took these grades. They get punished for it though. It's just King, and King is going back to spawn 2. Hazard, they were in so much danger. They pretty much get away with it, to be honest.
You know, I'm very surprised they were even able to pop that power clam to begin with, but it's now definitely in the firm driver's seat of Hazard. Because look at that, they've already got 2 clams up, with one of them being a pity clam. But there we go, tactical of the crab up as well, but there we go, able to get shot down. And now, all they have to do is just push and try and get past the Kraken, but no, even with that bubbler up, oh no! Yachts, that is so unfortunate for you, Yachts.
Yeah, bad timing it seems for Yachts. Hazard gets away with it, and right now it's still these 2 teams are still fighting for mid, fighting for everything, and it looks like both teams are gonna come back, and Hazard keeping their Super Clam is key right there, but they need to be able to play on their advantage because you have to use these clams at some points.
Yeah, no, you can't just hold on to them forever, unfortunately. If it was just a game of gathering clams, that would be fun. But okay, look at that. You've got Daki right there, the top right. They're just trying to hold off, trying to get a little bit of pointage there. Let's see. Yes, they were able to hold it back just enough. And there we go. They're able to get the lead.
And that's the kind of push you want, especially if your Hazard able to score some good points. And they're not wiped yet. If they're able to move back, recognize that the push is over, no, they get a delayed wipe. They give mid back to New Generation. And New Generation, they're already preparing their next push. They're already with a Super Clam, with the Tacticooler, and they're just waiting on one thing to get the push, I guess.
Yeah, no, they just popped every single special under the sun just to try and get this push going, but they were unable to get anything in. There we go, here comes the trade, and there we go, more and more people are going down for Hazard, but no! There you go, the person with the power clam does go down.
Yeah, New Generation...
That is not what you want to see.
New Generation were waiting for that Kraken. As they were waiting, Hazard just ran on them, got these fights, and now Hazard denying the Super Clam, ending Hazard's dream, New Generation's dream. Hazard is in a very, very good spot and winning this game right now.
Yeah, no, they've still got that basket open. That was a very good push in using the bubbler to get in. And now they have another power clam up. Oh, they're unable to push in time, but just having that there, just that little bit of reassurance for the next push that they can probably be doing. And look at Dangut go, jumping in there, unable to get a kill, but that was still very, very good to just take the pressure off of everyone else so they can keep getting that map control in mid.
Yeah, Dangut showing no fear right there. New Generation are really, really struggling on this Clam Blitz, and right now Hazard is just running away with victory. We are 40 seconds away from the end of the game, and New Generation, they need a big push if they want to seal the deal. It's not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over at all. Even with that bubbler coming out, you still saw them go down. And now New Generation just have to pick up that pace a little bit more, maybe get some picks in mid here. There we go. One of them goes down, Blaster. And now let's see if they can just keep up a little bit, just try and get in. They need to. This is their final chance as the crab comes out. Already gets one down, gets two down. But there we go. Very good there from Toddy to get behind him.
But
wait, no! Hazard was able to get in!
Yeah, they got it again still. Toddy was a bit too late, and Hazard just stopping everything there, putting an extra clam in that basket. And we are now 1 and 2. Hazard able to make them bleed, able to show them. But they are to be taken seriously, and it's not over.
See, that's why I said at the start of this is you don't want the last game to be Clam Blitz, because I know from a lot of people that Clam Blitz is their most uncomfortable game mode to play on. And that right there, that just shows that Hazard are still able to get back into this. It shows that it's not just going to be an easy 3-0 for New Generation. It shows that Hazard have that fighting breath in them. They can still get it. They can still bring raw to the table, even though you might think they can only give a whimper.
And this was not like a last breath game for Hazard. This was control. This was them getting excellent pushes and defending whatever New Generation was doing. This is Hazard really shifting the momentum, and if they're able to bring that kind of gameplay onto tower control, they can do things. It's not over for them for sure.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, genuinely now, this is... Hazard can come back. I firmly believe that Hazard can come back now. Like, this is definitely going to be much closer of a game. Well, I think at least. But it's still... New Generation can just be like, okay, they've won a game. Now it's time to lock in. They get serious again, and they push, and they push, just as we saw for that Splat Zones game. But if we're looking at that game mode, this isn't really too easy of a map or a mode to explode on and to snowball down.
It's a good map mode if you have a good blaster on your team, and Hazard has that. So I think Hazard is like, if they want to reverse the momentum, if they want to keep winning, keep forcing New Generation to more and more games, this is a very good thing for them right there. New Generation not really changing their comp. Curve bringing the blaster again, as we could expect, because its tower and bubbler is so good.
But yeah, let's get into this. Let's see what's happening right now. They've still got that Snipe Rider up. So let's see it.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that
Look at
Pentagon.
Dangit.
Firing shots already in the left. But it looks like the NZAP was already able to build that Soda. But two of them are going down for Hazard and New Generation. Oh my god, it's definitely... Yep, there we go. Up, Ulysses trying to get up on the tower, but having a little bit of difficulty. But they're still just pushing in, and two more people go down.
New Generation staggering Hazard right now. They are still on the attack. They're still pushing more and more. Toadie just forcing Hazard to run away as much as they can. Dangit is just running away from tower. Ulyss is going to get back in there. New Generation is going to get to checkpoint number 2.
There we go. I was saying that this isn't really going to be that easy to snowball, but it definitely looks like that was going to be the case until we just saw that blaster that you said so pivotal there for Hazard, taking 3 people down, getting a 3k, and stopping that push right in its tracks.
And that's what you need if you want to stop New Generation. You need to get these picks, you need to match these fights. And right now Hazard have their opportunity. They are pushing all of New Generation away, and it's their turn to get at the first checkpoint. At least getting that first checkpoint, it's not the toughest, but it's something you need to do before you can get any momentum in your push.
These are the strongest walls I've ever seen. 2 of them getting put down and just stopping that entire crab push. And now Hazard finally get on that tower and start pushing in.
Pushing in indeed, Kirby. And that window is so good. The crab tank just running in baller style and getting punished for it though. Hazard is past the checkpoint, and they still had numbers advantage. If King is not able to get key picks there, Hazard could get the lead, but King is able to get these picks. King is absolutely bullying right there, and the snowball is going to stop. Hazard not completely done, but at least stopped in their track.
Yeah, no, but here we go. The killer well comes out from Daki right now. See if they're able to get back into it. There we go. Soda comes out. That is so pivotal. You can just see everybody, as soon as they get Soda, they think they're invincible, and then we go start pushing in, like you can see right there. And there we go. 3 people going down for New Generation. I believe this is going to be it, as Hazard are now ticking down the points of that checkpoint.
Hazard getting that lead and that checkpoint. They're now looking at a KO. Hazard is so close to getting it right there, but 3 down and a wipe out. New Generation stays in that game. Woo. Hazard, they have a very, very good lead right now. But New Generation not done yet. Look at that. They're already in there, into Hazard's base, trying to get all the fights.
You know, New Generation are practically just wiping the sweat off their brow right now. Like, they're like, oh, okay, we stopped that push. Now it's time for them to counter and get in even more. But no, everybody's just going down for them. They get that Soda in, but Dangit is still trying to get the picks there in the mid, but no, they run back there, and now Ulysses just sitting atop that tower.
It's not over yet. Curb with the blaster getting punished by that crab tank. Right now, New Generation, they still need to stay on that tower if you want to move forward. It's just 1.5 minutes left, less than that. And New Generation needs to push further forward, but Hazard is holding pretty strong their side of the map.
You know, the defense is like an iron wall right now for Hazard. They're not letting anybody get through. In even that backline, like the pencil isn't getting any snipes, and there we go, Dangit using that crab beautifully once more, getting a pick. But there we go, King coming from behind. And there we go, somebody else going down there in the mid for Hazard. New Generation now finally have their chance. The crab tank coming up, but they need to be standing on that tower. You need to get someone there to push that tower forward.
Yeah, the tower needs to go forward, it needs to never stop, but you down onto New Generation right now, Slap. Hazard are really fighting, putting all they can on that tower, every bomb, every shot, to stop what New Generation is doing, but with 2 down, New Generation is advancing back to that second checkpoint, and King, punished! What a punish by Kirby! What a shot, and right there! The follow-up Hazard just holding it. King trying to get back in there, absolutely destroyed. Hazard is going to game number 5.
My jaw is on the floor right now. That was clinical there from Kirby. They were just taking that point up there in the top left, and they were just firing down and down and down, and nobody could get to them. And even when you saw that final bit of resistance there coming out from New Generation, when somebody was finally coming up to deal with them, they just got punished hard. They got hit with that direct, like they got hit into next week. They're already at next week's paddling. Like, that is how strong that direct was that they hit there. And that was just able to keep Hazard going and just keep Hazard to get the win here, and we're going into a game 5 of what I thought was going to be a 3-0. I thought this was going to be a firm 3-0 from New Generation. Just move on instantly, get back into grands, try and win from loser's side. But no, Hazard are just coming back with a vengeance.
Slap, like 2 games ago, this looked over. And now, I don't know how you stop that Hazard team. They are learning, they're improving throughout the game, they're adapting, and it shows. And now it's New Generation that needs to change things, that needs to find something to stop the momentum that these guys have. What a comeback by Hazard, and Hazard right now looking to get the reverse sweep. And to get into grand finals, it's all going to be decided by that one final game. And it's all going to be decided, on Rainmaker Comeback.
Oh, you know what? When I said that you don't want the last game to be on Clamblitz, I don't think you also want the last game to be Rainmaker Humpback. Oh, this definitely seems like this is going to be very tricky for both teams. But
this could be a 30 seconds game. This could end in an instant, and I don't know for which team.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The fun part about it is you don't know which team's going to be getting the sweep here. Either team just are going to be able to push in and get it. But like, the Pencil and the Blaster have been so pivotal for both teams. I just want to point out, Pencil and Blaster, both of them have been the MVPs for this team.
Yeah.
And for, like, in this game. So, it's just really going to be who can hold that backline a little bit more and who can get those first picks and push in.
Yeah, and I mean, on Humpback, having a good backline is pretty tough because that mid is a hill that's going to block your view if you have a charger. We'll see, and it looks like no backline is going to come from either team. The Vanilla Blaster is coming back from Curb though, but Ulysse bringing the zap to this fight. No Pencil here, and it's all going to be decided right here, right now. Let's see. The pop is coming to New Generation at least.
Yeah, no, New Generation getting that pop. And look at Dangit going around there. You can see someone yelling this way, like, please, can we get the flanking dualies before they kill us all? And here we go. Try Slosher coming in, trying to get that. There we go, already breaking out the crab, but no, it was all for naught as the Rainmaker is picked up. But they were just trying to gather everybody away from them, but they weren't able to get in just in time as Ulysses keeps that Rainmaker and is already
Yeah.
pushing in and getting that checkpoint.
And
This could be the
that's-
snowball pack.
That's where it is so dangerous for Hazard right now. The Crab Tank is trading with the Rainmaker right there. The push is stopped for New Generation at least, and we can see Hazard is right there, ready to defend, very good position. But Hazard, they need to stop it. New Generation grabbing again, trying to get in. The Tri-Slasher is going to fall down. The Rainmaker is going to fall down. It looks like Hazard can breathe a little bit, but not that much. Toddy is still in there, and if there's a 52 at your elbow, you're always in trouble.
You know, but they are thankfully able to pop it. And there we go. Here comes the bubble. And 2 people are down for New Generation. And they just get the jump as well. There we go. Only 1 person up. They pop Soda, but they go down as well. Even if you're going to be jumping in. But no, nobody grabs the Rainmaker.
Hazard persisting in not grabbing the Rainmaker, in letting the Rainmaker reset. That gives New Generation the time to come back in there, the time to defend. Zyvox looking at that checkpoint, able to get a pick at least, and now running for their life. But 2 down on New Generation, but 1 down on the 3 down.
I was about
now-
to say, you could see Toddy from behind. You could see them just sharking there, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And once again, the patience, the crucial patience that we've seen before, worked in the favor of New Generation.
And right now, New Generation not wasting any time, grabbing the Rainmaker as fast as they can, going to that elbow and threatening that street. They know they are 1 checkpoint ahead. If they maintain that pressure here, we're already halfway through game. Keeping that lead is very good for them.
See, the one thing I just do want to point out is that both teams keep dropping down to try and get a flank. But as soon as you're down there, it's so hard to get back up onto your
Yep.
backline unless you jump to someone. And that's risky, especially in these opportunities. But now, as I'm saying this, New Generation are starting to get a little bit stunted there in the mid. 2 people go down for them. It now Hazard, you have to get this checkpoint.
Ulysse is going to get picked. That is huge. That is one of the tacticalers from New Generation, and that is 2 players down. That's a checkpoint for Hazard. Hazard right now, if they're able to paint a bit ahead, if they're able to go forward, that could be the lead. That could be what decides this losers finals right there. Ulysse is shocking though, and with Bazooka is going to get the pick on the Rainmaker. No more lead for Hazard. New Generation stays in control.
Oh, they pop it!
Oh! Daki is staying there, but punished right there. Hazard not able to get any momentum going yet. New Generation defending that elbow so much.
I don't even know if they meant to pop it there because they weren't focusing on the Rainmaker. I feel like they were just trying to stall, but they were able to pop it using the killer well. And then we go, it resets back into mid. You don't want that to happen. That is not what you wanted if you were Hazard. But look, they get the Rainmaker, and now it's them chance to push in.
wait.
They have people pushed in. Can they get in? No, they're just 6 points off.
6 points off, and Bazooka stops it. We have 1 minute left for Hazard to do the impossible right now. New Generation is, well, trading left and right. No, it look like Hazard is back on the attack. Tacticaler is deployed. It's all about getting past that elbow. If they can manage to get a good splash wall into the street. Oh wait, Toddy's behind them. Toddy dropped and is now forcing them to look back. It's an all-out battle slap.
Yeah, no, it is a war happening right now. Toddy finally goes down, but he gave them the time. They gave them that patience. They gave them the space to be able to regroup and to get in as we have 7 seconds left. 6, 5. I could count that even further, but I'm not going to as they finally get the Rainmaker and push it into overtime. That bubbler comes up, but look at the Inkzuka. This could be what stops them in their tracks.
Hazard needs these 6 points that they are missing right now, but they are not able to even get in the street. New Generation have Bazooka ready. They have another Tacticaler at the ready. Bazooka is firing, trying to get that Rainmaker. Rainmaker is so back right there. They're gonna lose on the clock if it goes on right now. But 2 down, 3 down on 2. New Generation has it. You need to go forward. You need to get it. And right there, it's survival. It's so much survival by Zyva.
It's a wipeout!
What was that game? What?
That ending!
What? And that's how you do a comeback on Rainmaker. That's how you get a reverse sweep. Hazard getting it. Getting to grand finals. Getting the revenge against New Generation. 3-2. What a set.
I have just gotten a very angry message from my parents telling me to shut up because I yelled out of just pure surprise and shock after how that game ended. That was, you could just see for the entirety of that game, Hazard weren't able to get round that street. They weren't able to get round there whatsoever. They couldn't get in. They just didn't have the power or the people to push through. But finally, just finally, out of desperation, out of pure adrenaline, just knowing that is when they needed to push, they just needed to go then, otherwise overtime would have gone down, the Rainmaker would have exploded on themselves, Zivux needed to just go in, and what could have been a miracle, or what could have been one of the most insane plays I've ever seen in my life, probably both for Hazard, they were able to get that Rainmaker pushed just far enough before they got splattered. I don't even know how they got the wipe out there. That was just mind-blowing.
And that Rainmaker was at under 30 HP several times in that push. That Rainmaker was so close to death. So many times they dodged the Zuka, they had the 52 and the splatter shot onto them, so close to them, just one shot away. Look at that! Look at that dodge right there, and here comes the wipeout, and that's it. Like, that's how close it got. That's what, like a single drop, a single bullet decided that game at that second.
I am lost for words. Like, they must have been in the Matrix for that final part of the game. Like, you could just see, like, splatters of ink were covering them. Their feet were getting stuck in the enemy ink, but they just weren't dying.
Yeah. I mean, it worked. Hazard found what they wanted to do, how to adapt to what New Generation was doing, but now they have to catch their breath because it's not over for them. This was only losers final. We are now going into Grand's finals. Hazard has to go against the final boss of this battling pool, which is going to be Frutella.
Oh, I cannot wait to see this. I cannot wait to see this whatsoever. Are we throwing it to a break or are we just going straight in?
Yeah, we are going through a very, very small break. You won't have to wait for long. Do not go anywhere. it is now the grand finals. Frutella, who has been dominating winners bracket, Hazard, who got the monster comeback to get here in the last second, after the last second, in overtime. It's going to be between these two teams. Frutella has the one set advantage. Hazard needs a bracket reset. We'll see how they are able to do and Slap. They are going to start back on Rainmaker, and we've seen Hazard on Rainmaker. They are dangerous.
Yeah, no, they are very, very dangerous. But do you know who else is dangerous? All of Frutella.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, they have earned their keep here in winner's side of grand finals. So it is genuinely up to Hazard to climb this mountain that's already been set in front of them. But we've seen from that last reverse sweep and getting back in overtime in that last game that they are very good at climbing mountains.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I think given how much terrain there is on that map, Frutella is going to bring back the Dynamo. We hope to see the Dynamo come back. And
Yeah, I would love to see the Dynamo. I want to see the Dynamo on top, boy. I want to see the Dynamo all day.
Yeah, lots could happen. We'll see what these teams bring to the table. It's best of 5. It's now or never. And let's see how these teams do. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say more. We've seen both of these teams. Both of these teams have been so strong, have come in clutch. I mean, it's going to be all aggro because all of these 8 players love some aggro.
Yeah, no, these two teams right here are just very good at holding in, except for Echo. Look at Echo coming out there with that splatter scope.
Yeah, the splatter scope is coming on the side of Frutella. Frutella has had a few subs after their last since their last game, I guess, but it doesn't matter for them. They're already going forward, getting 3 picks and running to that last checkpoint. They're gonna get it right away, and that's a very, very good opening for Frutella. Getting that checkpoint early is pretty good for the team, but they pay for it dearly. At least Hazard is back in the game.
You know, that's a very good checkpoint to get, but I always love pointing out that is the chokiest of choke points. Like, that is the literal definition of a choke point. That entire space there that you have to push through is just so claustrophobic and just very hard. What is that auto bomb doing? Did you see that auto bomb on the left there? Literally running at the wall. It was running on the wall. It was like skywalking somehow.
Hey, don't underestimate a chicken. Chickens are dangerous.
Exactly. I love little auto bombs. I want an auto bomb in real life. But anyway, enough of that. As this is grand finals, no time for us to be talking about auto bombs.
yeah, it's all out fight between these two teams right now, and it looks like Daki is getting the best of it. Hazard has control of mid, is trying to push forward, getting to that checkpoint to that left side. Zyvox is getting the booyah bomb to the face. Okay, that's the end of it.
Oh, that landed directly on them as well. Like, that was a perfect shot, chucking it like the best basketball player you've ever seen. Like, shades of LeBron James as they just throw a 3-pointer directly on top of the Rainmaker, and now Frutella are just running straight back in.
Yeah, Frutella back on the attack right now, and there's no checkpoint. They could run very far if they manage to get a few picks, but right now Hazard is defending pretty well. Inui has to move back. Yeah, that's going to be a good defense, but Pelu with a Tri-Slusher maintaining that pressure with Tri-Strike is allowing all of Frutella to move forward right now. And Frutella so dangerous, trying to getting that crab tank is so key. Slap. Echo is going to be able to score a lot of points from that.
Yeah, no, but just slowly, ever so slowly walking over that uninkable surface, Pat, they just weren't able to make it to the checkpoint. But look at where they are right now, and they're still getting splats. Look at Pelu go. That was so pivotal of them to stagger that, to stagger the crab while they still could. And they were still just pushing in, able to yield only 10 points remaining for Frutella.
10 points is a pretty good lead, and wait, it's not over right there. That's going to be 2 points away. Hazard pretty much needs a KO if they want to come back in that game. And as they're used to, they're gonna try to reset that Rainmaker, but against a team like Frutella, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. They're getting in. They're trying to get... Okay, they're not getting in this line.
Yeah, no. That push there at the end is just what you can't let happen. You just let that one stray player go through and just push it up to 2 points. Now, I said before that Hazard had a mountain to climb to get back into this and win this. They don't have a mountain, they have a skyscraper to climb. Like, they have an entire planet to climb if they want to get back into this. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. You don't even have the Rainmaker at this point. They're just chucking Booyah Bombs down. They're staggering you by getting you down. No, they're not actually. I thought, dang, it was definitely going to be going down there. But no, they were just able to get the picks and then get out of there. You know what? Maybe it's easier for Hazard than I thought.
Yeah, Hazard, they're able to get these fights. There are even fights with Frutella so far. It's just turning these fights into points. That is pretty tough for them. But 2 down on to Frutella. This is the opportunity for Hazard in that last minute. They're going to need a monster push still. They don't have any special at the ready. They have to wait. The crab tank is activated now. He's going to push Echo back. He's going to give a bit of breathing room to all of Hazard, but with 2 down, it's going to be the end of that push.
You know, with Tri-Strike coming out as well there, you know, that was always just going to be a fail of a push, thankfully, just because of Frutella saving all of their specials just to throw out right at the end and just get those picks where they need them, get the Rainmaker down. And now with 15 seconds left, it's looking very, very bleak for Hazard. That's all I'm going to say for now.
Yeah, Hazard, they need to grab that Rainmaker, they need to go forward. Dodging that Booyah Bomb is a first thing, but right now Pelu ending it, and it's going to be game 1 going to Frutella.
What? Pelu, calm down, please. Like, I get it, it's grand finals, but you don't need to be popping off that hard. Like, Pelu was just so good at just running in there and using that close range that the Tri-Slosher needs to, like, just take people down over and over again. As I said before, they were very pivotal in that final push, able to take down that crab tank and get even more. Look at the auto bomb! That was where the auto bomb did it!
Oh, I missed it again!
You missed it again!
Okay. That's why I always die to auto bomb. I can never stop them.
At the end of this instant replay, can you let it roll over just a little bit longer so we can
Brownie.
see the auto bomb?
I want to see it. I'll pay attention. Sorry.
I'll point it out. It's on the left side of the screen up at the top there. But while we still have that time, let's just talk about quickly this game once more. Like, look at this push right here. Pelu going in, so beautiful, throwing up that fizzy bomb, having great awareness, and this is when they ran round there. That's how they got round, and they were able to just take down everybody around them. And like, once again, look at Pelu right now, pushing in while they have Soda, just running in, getting a splat, and then getting one more right after. Okay, so I'll tell you when it is.
Okay.
Now look at the top left.
Oh, it's so cute!
I know, it was...
That's like the auto bomb is ledge correcting. I love it.
Oh, that auto bomb is so cute. I love it. But, oh, do you know what isn't cute? Oh no, Umai Clamblitz.
I mean, I think Hazard likes that Clamblitz. This is the kind of map mode where they are strong, where they can play pretty well. So this is a good map to get a comeback. But yeah, Frutella really playing the objective better, getting more time on the Rainmaker, forcing Hazard to stay on their side of the map so they can wait for the Rainmaker to reset, is really giving Frutella the W there, because they had more initiative, they had more map. And now we see Echo bringing the pencil, and meanwhile Curb is bringing back the Rapid Pro Deco.
Yeah, no, honestly, both teams changing up their comp quite a bit, but let's just see how this yields in the actual game. There we go, dang it, using those trusty dualies that they have been playing throughout this entire bracket. Right there, just to get a pick right at the start. And now look at the ball rolling away. No, that is so unfortunate. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. Punch is able to still get that trade, even though they were in a dastardly situation.
Yeah, getting that trade there is so good for Punch right now. But it looks like both teams are still in fighting mode for mid. and Hazard has two. Where did they get the time to find two super clams while they were
don't know.
fighting?
They are capitalists in every sense of the word.
Oh,
Their
yeah.
economy is massive. Like,
Clam economy is so strong, and they keep it thanks to the splash wall right there. It's still two super clams for Hazard, but Hazard is struggling to put these super clams forward. You have like these targets on your back as you're carrying these clams. It's good for potential points, but fighting with them is much harder. And right now, Frutella is keeping the control.
oh, poor Pelu running back to the soda
Yeah.
and unable to get it right at the end. That was very unfortunate. But what else is pretty unfortunate is how neither team has managed to push through and dunk one of their power clams yet.
Yeah. And both teams are able to have good clams. So both teams have to be ready, have to pay attention, because a single flank, a single push, a single player getting a super jump could open the basket right there. And it looks like Azuka is going to force Hazard away right there. Frutella is back into mid and looking at that basket.
Yeah, no, just look at it. Right?
Ooh,
Look at
dang
both teams
it.
right now. Envy going in, and then we got a wipeout. And jumping straight to him. Oh, that was perfect. Absolutely perfect coming out. Punch, I just want to say from Punch, they've had some unfortunate plays at the moment, but they've always somehow found themselves bouncing back on their feet, somehow getting a trade. And even when they get caught out using that crab, they were still able to turn it on. And look at Pelu again, the slayer that they are, getting a double kill with one Ingzuka.
Okay, and getting most.
And they were
down
21.
by the
When did they get those
When-
clams down?
How? I don't like Frutella just being all around the basket, and Punch even staying alive after that push, keeping that control onto mid. Hazard has to fight for mid now, and they don't have any clams onto the main. They need to assemble a push, and it looks like they're at least able to get by the basket, at least bring these clams there, but Hazard is defending pretty well.
Yeah, no. Hazard has just been pushed to the brink there. Like, 21 points remaining. Like, they needed to just hold on there
Oh, yeah.
and go, okay, get that defense ready. Dang it, that's very unfortunate, but they were still able to get a splat before they fell down. And now you need to get that other clam in there. You have it on deck. You have the Pity clam back there as well. You just need to go in. Dang it, jumping in with it. Can they throw it in time? Yes,
They
roll it,
do.
they throw it in.
Very nice roll by Danget right now. Curb able to get away, save that super clam for later, or maybe don't save it for later, just get splatted. But that's don't like. Okay, Hazard really committing to saving that super clam. I guess they lost a couple players, but I mean, keeping these clams, they're gonna need a bigger push. They're gonna need more if they want to get back into this game. And right now, they have the clams to get that lead. They just need to be able to get in, and opening that basket it is how it starts. So just a few clams more, and Hazard takes the lead. Slap, it's another Hazard comeback right there, and Frutella has 1 minute to get a big push.
Pat, like, I don't know what I'm seeing half the time when I'm commentating this, because I think I know what's gonna happen. And then every single time I get proven wrong. Like, that was such a big deficit to come back from, and I thought that Frutella were doing such a good job defending that Hazard weren't going to be able to come back. But no, once again, literally by 1 point, literally by one clam, they were able to bring this back, but it's not down and out for Frutella. They may have those deficit points to get by. 39 of them, that's 2 power clams to get through, and even then, you still wouldn't have taken the lead. So, oh my god, they have a big climb ahead of them. Let's see, can they do it, Pat?
A big climb indeed. Hazard they forgot to read the script, and now they are looking to do the impossible to push Frutella back and to get one game off of them. But right now it's 3 down onto them. Frutella is back on the attack, and we know what Frutella can do once they are under the basket, and they take that lead. They take game number 2, and they are 1 game away, just 1 game away. Hazard is going to need more and more comebacks.
You know, I'm feeling a bit nauseous right now because of how many times this game is flipping around. Like, I'm getting motion sick from it. Like, genuinely. You said about the script there. You know, I think Hazard read the script, said, nah, this isn't gonna work, we're gonna start winning. And then Frutella just slapped them in the face with the script and said, no, you're sticking to it, we're winning this. and then took that game straight back from the depths. I thought there was so, like, it's like that graph that's just like, it's over, we are so back, it's over, we are so back. Like, I feel like this game is going up and down like a heart monitor.
Yeah, it's going up and down indeed. We are now going onto Splat Zones to maybe decide it, maybe end this whole tournament. It's going to be Macobart on Splat Zones. It's a classic. It's a solid one. So many good things can happen. Very good for Hazard's Blaster. I can expect Kirby to bring whatever blaster they want to bring back and get good splats with it.
Who knows what's gonna happen? Like, this is another one of those maps that I feel like everybody just loves. Like, everybody loves Hagglefish Zones. Everybody loves Macobart Zones.
Yeah,
So yeah, this could definitely go either way, but I feel like with how Fruitella's been playing this set, I feel like this might just be a quick little 3-0, but never count Hazard out. I'm never going to make that mistake again. I'm never going to make that mistake ever again.
Oh yeah, you cannot make that mistake. Hazard wanting to prove a point here. Fruitella looking to just end it, keep them down. Let's see how it goes, how it opens. Vanilla Blaster, not much of a comp change over than the Vanilla Blaster on the side of Hazard.
You know, maybe the bubbler is just what they need to keep that defense a little bit stronger, just to get that final little piece of flex tape on the barrier that they need. But right now, Hazard was able to get the zone for just a tiny little second.
Yeah, that's not... They won't get the zone much longer. It's going to Fruitella, but Hazard, okay, staying there, keeping their fight there, and with the Crab Tank able to push Fruitella back again. Fruitella back to trying to defend that zone, and it's still a fight going on all around Hazard, making a few more points, I guess.
Yeah, no, genuinely, I feel like this is how every single Hazard set is going to go from now on. Like, Hazard are just going to somehow make a monumental comeback after what looks like a game that they are definitely going to lose, as they continue to get back in control of this zone.
Yeah, Hazard is not relenting, they are not stopping, and right now Kirby getting picked though, and so is Dangat. We are going to see Fruitella back on the attack, back at the zone. The Tri-Strike is going to come, neutralize and end it. It's just the Julie's Dangat and wipe out for Fruitella. Fruitella, now it's their turn on the zone, and they have a very good hold right there because of all of Hazard is coming back from spawn.
What is that sprinkler on?
Yeah, it's on the sky.
Look at it!
You don't know, but it's the little sign on top of there. That's the perfect dynamo spot.
Oh, okay. For us, it just looks like it's floating.
Yeah.
We are seeing so many glitchy-looking things today, from that auto bomb to that sprinkler. But you know what isn't faltering whatsoever, unlike the code of this game? Fruitella. They saw that Hazard was starting to win this and said, no, we don't want that to happen to us. We are fine getting a 3-0. We are fine taking this game firmly. We are fine going to the depths to bring this game back for us. We don't want Hazard to get back into it, and they are not letting them back in with the crab coming up, and there you go. It is down. And these are your winners of Grand Finals of Paddling Pool.
Hazard playing to their very last second, but Fruitella just sealing the deal there, just showing that this is their paddling pool, that they are the final boss, and that it's going to take more to take on them. Once Fruitella had that control, once Fruitella had the map for themselves, Hazard could not get back in, and that's what gave them the lead here, and that's what gave them this tournament, Slap.
Yeah, no, they were just so good at just getting a lead, taking it, and continuing with the lead. Like, we saw that here, where they stopped that. Look, they stopped Hazard there, and they're like, okay, that's enough. You guys have had your fun. We're going to win now, okay? And they just kept going and going. Look at them going all the way into the depths of their spawn to make sure they can continue getting this lead and continue taking those points down. Like, this map, they just snowballed wherever they could. And even in that second game that we saw, where they had to take it right at the end, we knew that they had the tenacity to be able to come back and get that, and the tenacity to just take games away like that. So massive props to Fruitella.
Yeah, massive props to Frutella, and congratulations, Uni, for winning your first paddling pool. Well,
Whee! Congratulations! Woo!
but yeah, that's going to be it for today. That's going to be it for this tournament. But before we go, Slap, people can find our Twitter. It's written on your screen, so that's easy to find. If you want to find us, you can find us on Sunday. We are going to cast another tournament, I believe.
Yes, we are. We are both going to be casting a tournament for charity, specifically for Palestinian kids. It is going to be held on Sunday. You can still sign up for it now. I believe if you go to either one of our socials right now, you'll find a tweet of us about it, because I've definitely retweeted and quote retweeted a lot of things about it. So please, if you are interested, go look for that. It is a very good tournament for a very good cause. We've already met the goal for donation, so we're just trying to push it as much as we can to go even further for a cause that we all firmly believe in.
Yes, please come play or watch Squids for Palestinian kids. It's going to be pretty fun, but that's going to be the end for it. And oh yes, I need to not forget to thank our wonderful streamer and observer, Brownie. Brownie, where can people find you?
Yeah, people can find me on X, or call it Twitter, at Brownie. And it was a lot of fun today again, so... But we had to go off, I guess. I have hunger.
Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody!